Shari Roy, who's the Otago University Māori chaplain, and she will open the meeting with a karakia.
Morena koutou. Kei aku nui, kei aku rahi, tēnā koutou katoa I roto I ngā ahuatanga o te wā. Nei te mihi mai hoa ki a koutou. Warm greetings to you. I'm very honoured to open your meeting this morning in karakia. And I have been praying about the basis of this karakia, and the words I got was gratitude. I'm very, very thankful to be in this space and to be able to open for you this morning. Just a little bit about me. I live in Milton, however, I work in Dunedin. So I'm also the Māori Anglican priest here in Dunedin. So, kei noi tātou, let us pray. He hono re, he karorea ki te atua, he maunga rongo ki te whenua, he whakaro pai ki ngā tangata katoa. Glory and honour to God. Peace upon our land and goodwill to all people. Te kaihanga o te ao, Creator God, we give thanks for our land that gives us sustenance and provides us with our wealth and well-being. E te kingi o ngā kingi, te atua o ngā atua, we give thanks for the leadership that it takes, the governorship that it takes to take care of our whenua and our people. I thank you, Lord, for each person that is here that prepares themselves for leadership. I thank you for their uniqueness, their fragrance, their beauty, and what they have to offer to Ōtākau, o te poti. E te atua o te rangi Māori, God of peace. We give thanks for unity and what it requires to listen to one another and to hear each other's kōrero and to see new perspectives. I pray that in the proceedings this day that there'd be a peace and a unity to be upon the people. E te atua o te aroha, God of love. We give thanks for the weaving and activation of aroha in this space, love for one another and for the people we serve. Give us ears to hear and eyes to see. Mā te atua mātua te tama me te wairua tapu, ake, Amen. Lord, I ask for guidance and protection in ngā wā katoa in all the days ahead for our whenua, for our people. In Jesus' name, Amen.
Kia ora. Thank you very much. We have three presenters for Public Forum. So, starting with Mr. Duke McLeod, who will talk to us about the climate crisis. Now, welcome, Mr. McLeod. Now, I'll just explain a little thing. You have 5 minutes to speak and then 5 minutes for questions. But each time you speak, it's necessary to push the button to start the microphone. There's no need to push it to turn it off because it will turn off automatically if someone else triggers their microphone. So you only have to trigger the start of the microphone. It's all right? Just ready when you are.
Well, morena, kia ora koutou. What a beautiful karakia. I'd like to maybe latch onto that theme of gratitude because I believe what a great way to show gratitude it is to share the bounty that we have and to use our privilege to ensure that other people can join into this bounty, and that also importantly includes future generations. We're living in a troubled times. Climate change is real. I mean, look at all the floodings and hurricanes and whatnot that we've been experiencing in Aotearoa. I'm not quite sure about the composition of this council, but I hope there's no climate deniers here anymore in this realm. I think it's a well-established fact that climate change is real and that human production and economic systems are a big contributor to this process that might have, according to every scientist that has knowledge about this, might lead to catastrophic effects, even worse than what we've been seeing in the last few weeks with the floodings in Auckland, especially Coromandel. So I've come today to address you and urge you to find ways to address this challenge. We have a climate emergency declared by the Council in, what year was that? And that is a good first step, or that is a good direction that you've been taking. And I would like to urge you to press on and go on and be brave and be bold and walk that path of sharing the bounty, sharing the privilege, sharing the gratitude that way. So I'm aware that the mayor and the councillors might have been approached about the plant-based treaty in recent weeks. And the plant-based treaty is a document that invites people to acknowledge the fundamental connection and relationship between animal agriculture and climate change. Animal agriculture is responsible for about 50% of New Zealand's greenhouse emissions. It is vital to reduce our emissions in the agricultural sector if we want to have an Aotearoa that is enjoyable, livable, swimmable rivers, all of the perks that we advertise overseas when we talk about green and clean New Zealand, right? Is that just a myth these days, or can we find ways to become green and clean again? I believe the plant-based treaty is a way to achieve that goal of being green and clean again in Aotearoa. And tourism is a vital industry, I suppose, and tourists might come back more happily, more willingly if we have a beautiful nature and landscape for them to enjoy. The plant-based treaty, I'm just going to assume that councillors did see those messages that they've been receiving. Yeah, I see some nods. Okay, so you know the basics around that. You might also then know that New Edinburgh, our beautiful sister city, has recently become a signatory to this treaty. And I do believe there is a great chance to connect with our sister city on this matter of climate change and the climate emergency, and tap into that beautiful relationship that we have to get perhaps some inspiration out of their bold move. The way they've done it is they did an impact assessment. The plant-based treaty has 38 concrete policy suggestions that can be picked up and implemented by national governments, but also councils. So an impact statement is a thing that I would like to see the council pursue on this matter, and then based on the findings of that assessment, which I do believe will show that it is a very worthy thing to become a signatory for Dunedin. There is a time running, right? That's beautiful, 30 seconds. Yeah, so this is my matter. Please look at this very carefully. Do this impact assessment. Follow the guidance maybe of whoever is your spiritual guide or intellectual mentor or political guide. We're all in this together. We have political differences, but we need to make sure to share our gratitude and our bounty. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was beautifully timed, Mr. McLeod. We have a question from Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Two questions. First one I think is fairly obvious, but I'll ask it anyway. So in terms of our higher level 2030 zero carbon goals that we have around the table here, do you think that us becoming a signatory to the plant-based treaty would be a sort of fundamental part of those goals?
Yes, thank you for the question. I do believe, like I said, that the council has done some good groundwork by declaring an emergency, a climate emergency, and making this goal of carbon neutral by 2030. How to get there is the critical question, and I'm convinced that becoming signatory to the plant-based treaty is a fundamental way to achieve those goals, and it will be very helpful indeed.
Thank you. And second question is a more awkward one. And I ask this as a lapsed vegan. why do you think there's a perception out there that moving to a plant-based diet is somehow onerous, difficult, impossible, etc., etc., sort of in the same way that it was impossible to get plastic bags out of supermarkets, for example?
I like a good awkward question. There is that perception that it is hard, and I think, not to misquote our mayor, but there was a sentiment also expressed that it might be too hard. Fair enough, we all have our habits, we all have our cultures, we're entrenched in the way that we live. But change is necessary on an individual level, but also on an institutional level. The individual level might actually be very daunting, but it's these days super easy. I believe you go into the supermarket, there's vegan products left, right, and center, and they are mostly in a similar price range these days. The perception maybe that it's difficult comes also from, and I said it with no disrespect, an attitude of privilege that we're scared to let go, but I would invite people to see it as our privilege that we have the power to make changes and that we have the agency. And there's support networks there. Vegan Society in Dunedin is always happy to support anybody who's making those steps. There's nutritional advisors who are studied in these matters. There can be meal plans arranged. There's buddy systems from the Vegan Society of Aotearoa. So anybody who's willing to even just like explore this path, there's multiple options to get support. And yeah, we're here. I'm also an organizer with the Dunedin Ōtepoti Vegan Society. I'm not officially here as such, but yeah, there's networks and groups and organizations that can help people to get those get across this bump. Yeah.
Thank you for that comprehensive answer, and I'll now to taking on that challenge.
Very good. That appears to cover it. Thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. McLeod.
And thank you.
Now, next we have Jeremy Anderson from Dunedin Venue/Theatre Funding options. Well, he's going to talk about theatre funding options.
Morning.
Okay. Now, when you're ready to speak, you just push the button on the microphone. Yep, that's right.
Is the cheap guy out? Oh, no, there we go.
There we go.
Sorry about that. Right, all good to go. My name's Jeremy Anderson. I started working professionally in the theatre industry when I was 19, way back in 1984, which seems like an enormous amount of time ago. So I've got some pictures I just want to show you about theatre options. That, if you look up there, that's what 400 seats looks like. That's what Charcoal Blue have required you to, or asked you, or the Dunedin City Council have asked you to provide. That's what it looks like when you're sitting in the audience and the stage is lit. It's a great big square room. When theatre practitioners talk about a flexible space, they don't mean somewhere where people can come and practice yoga. What they mean is spaces like we can move the chairs, the seats and the stage, any configuration we want. Great big square empty room where we can do what we want in them, with seating that is easy to move. Now this may or may not work, this. Is that video going to play? No, that's right. Oh, maybe it will. No, it won't. So, don't worry about that. Right, so, that is the Playhouse. Right? That's the Mayfair. That's the Regent. There they all are on the same frame. Notice anything similar about them? They all look the same. They've all got a picture frame stage. The seats don't move. And they're old and Victorian. And they are probably not fit for purpose anymore. So, a new operating model we could take, which is borrowed from Circa Theatre, which has been running for 46 continuous years, and BATS, which has just turned 32, is that this model would focus the resources available to support professional theatre makers to make professional theatre. It's called a shared risk model, and we would be a presentation theatre. The presentation theatre would provide light, sound, equipment, seating, marketing and publicity, technical assistance, rehearsal rooms and offices. The theatre would take 15% of the box office, just like Circa and BATS do. The practitioners would receive 85% of the box office. There would be no rent, there would be no hire fees, and because we share the risk, we can make the theatre financially viable to use for professional practitioners. We would be here to actively support Indigenous writers and performers, new and established theatre practitioners, people who are underrepresented, refugee, trans, LGBTQI practitioners. And we can do this because under this idea, our building would cost $2.5 million. Our technology would cost the same. We would invest $6 million at 7.4% for 5 years, and we would earn $440,000 a year per annum, which would cover all of the running costs. So, this model provides a theatre space of 400 seats. It allows for several flexible seating and staging options. It shares the $17 million with others in Dunedin. But most importantly, it makes space for our people to tell our stories. So, $17 million, $5 million for the building, land and equipment, $6 million on term deposit, that's a total of 11. That leaves 6 for the playhouse renovation, where all the semi-professional, amateur, hobbyists could go and do their stuff. There'd be money to sort the musicians' venue out. And this is the important bit, this is why. So that is some research from Creative New Zealand that was published this week. That's the mean wage of people in the creative sector in New Zealand. The performing arts, that's $36,500 a year. That is what they make from their creative income. $19,500 a year. Right? So they haven't got the money to pay hireage fees. They haven't got the money to pay rent. Right? They're already subsidising the industry. Right? So, build a great big empty building out of shipping containers. Right, with lots of space around it, lots of loading places, flat, accessible, that people can use. You can have bars on the roof, there's lots of meetings, and I'm happy to take money off the film industry if they want to turn it into a green screen. I'm not completely socialist about this idea. I'm happy to charge Netflix hundreds of thousands of dollars if they want to use it. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you for your time. I'm sure we'll have some questions. My question first is, will you make that presentation available for the councillors, please?
Yes, I will. I can do that for you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Councillor Vandevers.
What's your proposal for the existing Mayfair Theatre?
I think the Mayfair Theatre has served this city extraordinarily well, but it's kind of like a kidney-diseased, cancer-ridden family pet. You're just going to keep spending thousands of dollars a month at the vet, keeping it alive, where the sane thing to do is to say thank you very much, throw a wake for it, take everything you need out of it. The waterfall curtain in that building is spectacularly gorgeous. There's lots of things to save, but it's done its dash, and also it's a colonial relic, and our storytellers need a less Victorian building to talk to their audiences in. That would be my suggestion. And I suppose Pack and Save want it for car parking, do they? And there's money in my budget for a bulldozer and a dump truck, and apparently you've got a new dump, so, you know. And I don't mean to be rude. I mean, I appreciate that people are very attached to it, and there's lots of heritage arguments around it and all that stuff, but it is past its use-by date, in my opinion.
Very good. Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, you disposed of the Mayfair, but you didn't talk about the Athenaeum in your presentation. And can we assume from that you are talking here exclusively about a new build of some kind somewhere?
Yep, I'm absolutely talking about a new build. I think that proposal I've just shown you, you could build quickly, you could fill it with everything you need, and when you decide to build something permanent, which is what Stage South came in here and talked about with that project they looked up in Kapiti, that could be 10 years away, but you need to do something more urgently than that. And everything you put into those shipping containers, you could take with you into the permanent building you build in 10 years' time.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. I'm well aware of your experience in the Wellington theatre scene. I'm just wondering can you talk a bit more about the financial model and how that worked for theatre practitioners and, you know, the funders and things?
Sure. So, let's take a personal example. Let's say that some keen enthusiasts have decided that they're going to restage your play about the Seacliff fire, right? They come to us, they've got $10,000. And that's enough for them to get their show in and up and running. We would provide them with the space. We would provide them with however many days they want to perform. We'd provide them with all the technical help. We would make sure that, you know, we're trying to make sure they don't lose money. When you're only earning $19,500, you lose money once in an expensive highridge like South Dunedin, you won't be back, and you'll tell all your friends not to use it because you can't make money. We have to take that $17 million and support as many practitioners as we can. So yeah, the house takes 15%, and that's enough to keep the place running, because BATS and Circa are charitable trusts. They're not there to make money. They're not there to turn a profit. They don't have to. BATS might have to pay rent, but Peter Jackson and Fran Walsh bought the building, so I don't think that's very much. Right? It's trying to keep all those external costs down. Otherwise, it's, you know, the Clarkson studio at the Regent's, $450 a night to hire. Right? We don't have that money. Right? And you know, so yeah, that would be my response.
So ongoing costs, because that's what the former Fortune Theatre, that was, you know, in the end its demise because they couldn't afford to keep it going. So are you saying ongoing costs were covered under with Circa, for example, with the 15% take? Is that right?
Yeah, and they also have an investment fund that sponsors put money into called the Theatre TACT grant, TACT, Theatre something, charitable trust, the Theatre Artist Charitable Trusts, right? So they always have that money sitting there in case they need it, right? And so that they are making sure that the risk is shared. That's the trick to it, right? Yeah.
Thank you. No, Councillor Malley has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Jeremy. My question really is that I can't remember if it was 2 or 3 years ago now, we decided to ring fence the 17 million because we had refit old theatres, build a brand new theatre or build a pop-up theatre. Can you tell me how we've advanced in those intervening years? Because we look like we're coming to the same point where we're getting refit the old theatres, build a new theatre or build a pop-up theatre. And the reason I'm asking that question is it feels to me like we're being asked to make the decision because the performing arts are not coming together yet with a singular answer yet. So can you tell me how that's happening or where we are with that?
I read the Dunedin Theatre Network's report. I read all the letters of support. The overwhelming thing that the professional theatre practitioners said was we need a flexible space that we can use, and they are united on that. I don't think that anybody is that keen on retrofitting buildings. Marty Roberts told you how problematic it was. You rip out a roof. You know, those theatres have got to carry 2 or 3 tonnes of weight. You're going to have to put steel beams in, right? I think that everybody is, well, the professional theatre practitioners, I believe, from what I read on their responses, is a new build that's purpose-built and fit for purpose, right? Hospitals are getting built because they can't be put into buildings that already exist. It's the same with theatres, except they're less expensive.
Thank you. And although we're over time, I'll take a quick question from Councillor Witherell.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Jeremy, for a really energetic, informative presentation today. I just have a question around your nice figures, really. The $2.5 million to build, $2.5 million to fit out for such a project. Where I'm looking for a cheap builder, and I don't know of one that could actually build that sort of facility for $2.5 million. Where did you get those figures from, with that quote?
Well, I have talked to, I think his name is Steve out at CSL, and some of those images have been taken from places in Berlin and Seoul, and those draft plans that I've looked at come with costings. And containers are currently $7,500 each. By the time you fit them out, they're $15,000 each. There are only 40 of them.
Sorry, I've cut you. I'd like to come back to you, but so you haven't had an actual quote to build a purpose-built facility for $2.5 million as such? No, I haven't had an actual quote to do that. They are my estimates, although I would be happy to research this project more fully and come back with costings if the Dunedin Theatre Network would like to share the $100,000 with me, perhaps.
Right. Thank you very much. That's very much appreciated, Mr Anderson. Thank you for your time, and we look forward to having your presentation to review. I move that we extend public forum beyond 30 minutes. Seconded Councillor Walker. All those in favour say aye. Carried. And next and final public forum presentation is from Brendan Johnston. He's talking about the university cuts. And also we have an ally with him. He'll introduce him, I'm sure.
Kia ora koutou, ko Brendan Johnstone toko ingoa. It seems like today's catchword is gratitude, so I want to extend my gratitude to the contributions that have come before me here, and selfishly to give me a chance to catch my breath this morning, and also to extend my gratitude to everybody here, especially for their mahi around the They Save We Pay campaign. So a little bit about me. I am the co-branch president of the Otago branch of the Tertiary Education Union. I wear that hat, but I'm also here today to speak on behalf of the POGE, that's the Protect Otago Action Group. We're a campaign made up of staff, students and concerned community members dedicated to protecting our university from the proposed cuts to staff and papers and degrees and programs. We're opposing the mantra that the university is offering us, that we should do less and do it better. Doing less at a university is simply doing less. We argue that by continuing to make deep cuts to save money, senior management are not addressing the broader issues. These broader issues derive from central government. The university is underfunded. No scrutiny will alleviate that actual pressure. But we argue that the Tertiary Education Commission and funding rules from the government are what need scrutiny right now. The TEC, the Tertiary Education Commission, is committed to pushing through austerity and is not committed to education itself. It merely squeezes as hard as the government of the day tells it to. To be clear, when I say government, I don't necessarily mean the current Labour government. I'm referring to decades of underfunding by consecutive governments. Pittances tossed to our sector in budgets that just don't stack up to inflation. Job cuts that buy time rather than any meaningful new structure as is promised to us. So we're calling for the University Council to take the diplomatic stance that they were appointed to and to join us in fighting for more funding from the government, rather than standing by while senior management refuses to take responsibility for having led the university into the financial strife that we're in. We ask for the Dunedin City Council's support as we appeal to the government to properly fund tertiary education and to stop shortchanging Dunedin as a whole. A protest is taking place tomorrow at midday, starting from the University Union lawn on campus. We need as many people from the community to join us as possible, and we ask that you support us in our fight to save our university and our city from the consequences of these cuts, all of which will be felt by every single one of us. Hopefully the value of a public research institution is clear to all of us here. It trains teachers, it researches how to undertake such training. We undertake world-leading research on viruses that ravage our communities and on critical climate science. But to be cold and economic for a moment, as of the 2018 census, the most recent data we have, about 68,000 people were in Dunedin's labour force. Almost 6% of that labour force were employed at the University of Otago. 6% is a huge proportion for a single institution. And the jobs that we're going to lose there will be exactly that. Lost jobs, lost economic activity, lost purpose, and lost community vitality. As a collective city council, and as individual councillors, your names and positions carry mana, and your words carry weight. The University Council and senior leadership team are split on how to proceed. So I ask you to direct your words in their direction and make our values known to them. Do you have anything you want to add, Olivier?
Kia ora koutou. My name is Olivier Jutel. I'm a lecturer in Media and Communication Studies, and I'm a member of the Protect Otago Action Group. And I just want to say that for our students that are involved in this organization, it's really come as a kind of shock. The last 3 years of tertiary education has not been the typical Otago experience. It's been difficult on them. It's been difficult on us. I know a lot of people have labored really well in the public interest under COVID. I would think of us as part of that effort, and we are experiencing some blips in terms of the levers pipeline not exactly lining up, and we've got a 0.9% effed blip, but that's a cold, and if we make these cuts, we will not be able to rebuild what was the sort of core Otago experience. We know how important this is to the vitality, economic, cultural, social, and all the rest of it. So we would like to hold the line, no cuts. No cuts. There are allies in senior leadership that are engaging in this process, and your help would be really instrumental in that. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Do we have questions? Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question actually goes back to some legislative changes that occurred in 2015, I think it was, 2016, with the change of the University Council. And government-appointed members put onto that council, and reduction, I believe, of community and student and staff representation. Is that correct? Am I recollecting that correctly? That changeover of structure?
I don't really have an answer to that one. But on the question, I think at a sort of structural level, I want to highlight something that Critic Magazine pointed to this week, which is that last year's budget allotted $5.3 billion to the sector, and only 4.9, roughly 355 million, was not dispersed. That was allocated in our budget, and that's because we have an algorithm around equivalent full-time students, and that is the sort of handcuffs that we're dealing with, and so we need to be sensible and say we need to sort of reappraise that funding algorithm, because frankly the money is there to get rid of the problem that 5 of 8 New Zealand universities are currently having. But to your question about governance, I can comment.
I know that we have a general staff representative and an academic staff representative on that council. We also have a student representative that makes up about 3 of the representatives on that council. So the voice that's actually coming from staff there is comparatively quite small. A lot of the faces that we have in that room are business people or lawyers who come into the council for a meeting every month, don't really experience the day-to-day struggles, the workload issues that we have, and don't really feel the fear that the people making, administrators like me on 50K experience. Kia ora.
Yeah, thanks, because it was reduced from 20 down to 12, and those 8 that were taken away were effectively community representation groups. And my question really was moving on to, do you think you're working in a political environment where the university's role has changed such that there's more a concern about, as you said, full-time equivalent students rather than what the university is doing as an entity and its role to play in society?
I suppose we are encouraged in our programs in schools to contribute upwards and to keep things lean and tight. And some programs are able to do that better than others. And forgive me, there was a great ODT column about this, but that's not all programs can generate the kind of industry partnerships or things that absorb the financial burden, and the arts in particular comes in the crosshairs, but that's not, we've got marine science, we've got all these things, and we should value them for the role that they play in sort of our international facing perspective, right? Global studies, languages, our innovative research, and again, climate science, all that kind of stuff, but also the role in kind of critical consciousness. Some of the discourse to this, the funding problems that the tertiary sector has is like, look, we can't all just be engineering apprentices, right? So we do need to value and protect that, and that does get lost in this sort of austerity handcuffs that have come to rule what it is that we do.
Yeah, I think the austerity handcuffs there are sort of the primary issue that we're looking at. I don't really personally blame the senior leadership team for the way that they operate, because they're operating within the constraints that they're given. They're forced, because everything is so tight, to put as their first priority the profit and loss accounting rather than the actual function of the university and what that should be.
Deputy Mayor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You've come here today asking us to help. And what do you think that help would look like? How can we help?
First and foremost, I think communication is very important. There's only so much that a union representative like me can do without being hand-waved as a mere administrator in the payroll department when I'm trying to speak to the University Council. Despite the fact that I represent 1,300 members of the university, I think there is a sort of a mana and a weight that comes with the words of councillors. So there are 12 people on the University Council. Every conversation that any of you could have with them, including collectively as a council, to help shift their position on this and refuse to push through the cuts that have been handed down to them. That is a decision they still have to make, and they haven't been able to make in University Council because the council is split. They're meeting again after failing to make any meaningful decisions at the last council. So I just ask everybody in this room as a council and individually to communicate with the individuals on University Council and tell them, stand with the staff and students against the government cuts, not with the government against the staff and students.
Thank you. There are a couple of questions outstanding, but are they urgent or not, or have they been covered? Councillor Walker?
I think all questions are quite urgent, but I'm happy to ask it. It's very brief,
if you
two
want,
of them.
yes.
Thanks guys. Just interested in the relationship between TEU and POAG, agonisingly close to the name of a great band. What's the connection?
Well, I'm a member of POAG and the TEU, and I suppose the TEU, the messaging is actually dovetails pretty nicely, because right now the TEU is engaged in a process with senior leaders to go to government and to try to sort this out, and we want to really emphasize that, but particularly hold the line on no cuts. So Yeah, but the critical thing is it's a great opportunity for us, community and students, to really sort of underscore what it is that we value in our institution, and to say that that's the relationship, right, between the community, staff and students that we want to sort of cherish and protect.
Yeah, and the Procedural Otago Action Group sort of provides a space for staff from the TU, the PSA, the other unions, as well as OUSA to sort of come together and organise, realising that they have interests in common and that they can't really be siloed into those boxes. Also, the Pogues band have a great hit called Transmetropolitan, about how if they can't run their town the way they want it, they'll just burn the whole thing down. I'm not advocating for that, but I will advocate that Pogue will make a hell of a lot of noise and protest loudly and hopefully get the attention of decision makers. Kia ora.
Thank you, Shane McGowan.
Yeah, look, thank you. I think we'll call a halt there. Thank you very much for your presentation. That's great, gentlemen. Thank you. And at this stage, we'll move on with the council meeting, starting with apologies. We have an apology for early departure from Councillor Geary. So I move that Council accepts the apology for early departure from Councillor Geary. Seconded, Councillor Walker. There's no other apologies I expect. I haven't been notified of any. Thank you. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Number 4, confirmation of agenda. Do we have any questions or items, questions or comment on that? No. So I move that Council confirms the agenda without addition or alteration. I have a second to Councillor Mayhem. Any comment? All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Number 5, declarations of interest. Are there any changes or updates? No? Thank you. So I move that Council notes the elected members' interest register as attached in Attachment A and confirms the proposed management plan. Seconder, Deputy Mayor Barker. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Number 6, confirmation of minutes. The ordinary council meeting of 27 April 23. Are there any questions about those minutes? So I move that Council confirms the public part of the minutes of the ordinary council meeting held on 27 April 23 as a correct record. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Witherall. Would anyone like to speak to that? No? Thank you. Therefore, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Ordinary council meeting 22nd May. Any questions? No? So I move that Council confirms the public part of the minutes of the council meeting held on 22nd May 2023 as a correct record. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Wiley. Would anyone like to speak to that? Thank you. No? Therefore, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Number 7, actions from resolutions of council meetings. Are there any questions of Ms Graham about the report? We have no questions and no comments. Therefore, I'll move that Council notes the open and completed actions from resolutions of council meetings as attached. Seconded, Councillor Mayhem. Would anyone like to speak to this? No? Therefore, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Item number 8, the Forward Work Programme for Council, April 2023, as of April 2023. Are there any questions of the report? Yes, we have a couple. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, it's page 56, just around the proposed variation 3. The question is, I guess, that initially when this was notified it was going to be mid-23, then late 23, it's now early 2024. Just sort of an idea of why that's been pushed out, and is it capacity around perhaps the appeals on V2? Just somebody who could answer that.
Yeah, combination of many things, including appeals, resource management reform. It's effectively a busy work program.
So I guess a follow-up question, is there anything that is cited in V3 that is fantastically important, or, I mean, are we deferring? I'm just thinking, of course, things like the live music stuff, that perhaps is there anything else that we should be concerned about that's getting pushed out?
No, well, the more topical one is the acoustic insulation standards, but predominantly they're mostly just improvements to the district plan, which is operational.
Further to that, given that it's so late in the piece, can CBD noise rules be included?
Yes.
All right. So what would be necessary in order to make that happen?
Oh,
in variation 3.
Adding in a review of noise requirements?
Yeah, or some more rules about CBD noise.
I don't know. I'd have to check with the team. I think there was a very comprehensive process followed last time with acoustic engineers and consultation, so that would be a significant addition, would be my expectations. I'd have to check with the team.
Okay, great. You'll come back to us on that. Thank you. Excellent. Deputy Mayor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a few questions. My first one is on page, oh gosh, what page is it? 52, just around the Heritage Action Plan. And we've got that a report will be prepared and it's down in November, December, January. And the reason for the work was develop a Heritage Action Plan in time for the 10-year plan. So I just wonder what the process will be to ensure that all of the heritage community are included in that planning process, and how can we get engaged with it more rather than just having a report at the end?
Now that the annual plan is pretty much finished, the staff will be developing up a plan, so that will be reported back and there will be opportunities to engage with both councillors and the community.
My next question is around the Tuhura Otago Museum, and we've been asked to support the campaign asking government to provide a level of funding that recognises the importance of their collection, and then there's progress will be reported back as part of the item above. And I would wonder whether this wasn't as at a political level for political action and would appear to need to be done now. So what would be our process for making sure that happened?
So that's why we've captured it on the forward work program, because it is clearly a political action, but we haven't turned our minds to what that might look like. But we just wanted to make sure it was captured here so that everyone was aware that it was an action that needed to be done, albeit by the politicians.
My next question is just around the timeframes with the company annual reports. The DCHR reports says that it will come to the Finance and CCO Committee in February 2024. And I know there's been challenges with Audit New Zealand, etc. And that the law had been changed to allow them to have later reporting. Sorry, that's on page 54. But it seems awfully late for it to be coming to council at that date. So did the legislation change in order to allow them to report that late, or is that...
I can answer that, Chief. That date probably needs to be changed because there was a 2-year exemption that extended the deadline. That exemption is now gone.
Thank you. Councillor Walker. Okay. Councillor Houlihan. No? Oh, wrong sheet. Councillor Gary. Yes, correct.
Thank you. Page 53, just a question around clarification. The note there doesn't seem to capture in the forward work program one of the items in the motion, in the resolution, which was around it being included in the regional land transport plan. I just wondered why that was.
I'm sure it's just an editing function, but you've raised it. I understand that staff will.
Sorry?
And staff will ensure that it's updated for the next one.
Thank you.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. A couple of questions. First of all, on page 51, regarding the destination playground, the report coming towards the end of the year, just curious as to whether that report is intended to be an update on progress or the presentation of concept. I'm just trying to brace myself for what's coming.
So that report will bring forward those concept plans? Correct.
Thank you. Next question is, or next questions are around on page 56, the naming rights and sponsorship policy. Given that the way it's worded here, can I assume then that this has been getting done on an ad hoc basis up until now?
Ad hoc is probably not quite the right word, but there hasn't been a policy framework. But it's particularly difficult, and other councils have really struggled with it as well, when you have something like the stadium, for example, that has commercial sponsorship rights associated with the naming of the facility. So then trying to make it work, because the CCOs are required to give effect to all of our policies and not be misaligned with them. So it's a challenging piece of work.
And so, given that I have become acutely aware in the last 8 months that the team do not shy away from hard work that is asked of them, they jump to it, do I therefore assume that the work not being scheduled is because it's not often called for, or?
Partly that, and so we've got the recently named facility at Mosgiel. But apart from that, nothing else on the horizon. So in terms of the priority work for the team at the minute, and without a council resolution to progress this with any priority, we are not, the work is literally on the back burner.
Councillor Lucas.
Thank you. Just on page 56 in regard to Dunedin Railways, the two are kind of linked were there's the feasibility study on the cycleway, on the cycle trail, and it says it's yet to commence, which is, I'm wondering whether, is that not also linked to looking at the next item, which is the long-term operations of Dunedin Railways?
They're not really linked, councillor, but I will follow up and find out where that feasibility study's got to, because that may well provide some linkages.
Just to add, one of those is a piece of work that we're doing, and one is with the trust, and while we're supporting them, we can't make them do their work any faster than they want to do it.
Yes, I'm aware of that. And also, just a question about where it says the current model of operations will be retained for the 23-24 summer season. Now, I'm aware the train ran on Sunday, but it's obviously, is it running just as a community during the winter, or?
It is running as a charter service during the tourism season, mostly around cruise, but I understand there is also public excursions that are being run and will continue to run through the winter.
Great. We appear to have exhausted questions. Very good. So I move that Council notes the updated Council Forward Work Programme as shown. It is for May, not April, so I had a typo here. So is there a seconder for that motion? Deputy Mayor Barker. Are there any speakers? Therefore, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Item number 9, the Kettle Park investigation of historic landfill. So, Mr. Drew, Mr. Hogan, and Mr. Kria Mariani. Do you wish to speak to the report, or we'll go straight to questions?
Happy to take as read and answer questions, but I will take the opportunity, if that's okay, to introduce Raphael Kria Mariani, or newly awarded Dr. Kria Mariani. So he's been with us in the coastal specialist position for just over 6 months, getting up to speed. So I guess in an effort to make it easier, he's happy to go by Dr. Mariani in this form, or Raf outside of this form.
Very good. We have questions firstly from Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. Good morning. I just want to note that this is a note about the landfill, so it's only about the contents. We're only focusing this report on the contents of the landfill, not on the beach and the areas around it, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. The next part is that in reading the report and going through it, obviously there's a variety of contents in there. Was any time taken to visit the ODT archives or to see what stories or photos they would have on filling up the landfill? And the reason I ask that question is because I know as I was reading this report, it made me think of the building of John Wilson Drive around the same time, and there's a number of photos of what they and the trucks unloading into the what became John Wilson Drive.
Yeah, so I think this was covered in an anecdotal section of the report. So they had a look at it before starting the assessments and the technical investigation.
Thank you. Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. And I know, as Councillor Wiley's pointed out, we are talking specifically around the Kettle Park. But two things. First of all, it's wonderful to finally put a face to the much exalted Rafe. But my question is, I was interested reading the report and with the photos of daylighting that's taking place and the discussion of at some point things being sort of pushed back to bolster the dunes, and which is why things are starting to daylight. Is there any risk, or is there an increased risk? Do we have knowledge now of an increased risk in exposure with an event, a weather event such as obviously the ones up north, or are we sort of as we were before we knew about the daylighting and all that sort of stuff? Did that make any sense at all?
The answer is yes. Yes, making sense, and yes, we have an increased knowledge now, and we know that it's closer to the seaward end of the dune face than we originally thought.
And so does that impact the speed or urgency with which we should be looking at everything around Kettle Park, or should we just still be focusing, as it were, on the park itself?
You'll see the next steps, and there are a few more targeted investigations at the dune face. This report sort of narrowed down where we are closest to the beach, I guess, but we do need to figure out exactly how far, I guess, from the dune face to where the landfill might be, so that is part of the next steps. We did do some work last year in terms of where there was an exposure event to cut back and replace with sand, so we know we built ourselves a bit of a buffer.
And also in the next steps you'll see that it references the work being done to inform the 10-year plan process. At that point Council will get to determine how it wishes to prioritise this work alongside the rest of the capital programme.
And yes, we are considering it holistically, not just as Kettle Park.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, first of all, Dr. Mariani. Congratulations on your PhD. I read this with great interest, and I just wanted to check a couple of things with you. I certainly got the impression that the landfill's extensive, toxic and close to the shore. That certainly was what came through. But I was glad to hear what you just said, Mr. Hogan, around next steps, because my question was around how close, in fact, is it? Because a lot of the bores were quite a long way from the front of the, I think it was called the 4 June scarp, whatever that is, but I'm assuming that's the edge. So we're looking to do, let me just check with you, more extensive research into that section, is that right?
Yes, that's correct. Basically, as you said, we've got about 20 metres of unknown composition and extent of the landfill within that dune face, and we ask as a next step to do further investigation on those contents and extent of potential landfill in that area.
So, thank you. That's really helpful to know. I was really interested in those cross sections, and I noticed on page 105 the CD cross section, which clearly it looked like it went down to beach sand and looked like it was particularly vulnerable. Do we have and will we get the exact coordinates for those bore locations? I didn't see any kind of GPS coordinates in there. Will that be part of what we will request from Tonkin and Taylor for the next steps?
So we've got the GPS coordinates of the boreholes they've been doing now, up to now, and basically the next investigation would consist of looking at what is in the dune face using boreholes and get exact GPS coordinates, but as well as depth and so on, basically. So we can recreate, the aim is to recreate kind of a map of where the landfill could be within the dune face.
Thank you. And I think this one might be for Mr. Drew. Mr. Drew, I went out there on Sunday just to get a visual kind of feel for it. And I was very struck by the signage on the fence at the end of Moanarua Drive. I don't know if you've seen that recently, but it's very old. It doesn't make a lot of sense now. And there is an old, or possibly relatively new, that when obviously the Tonkin and Taylor research has been done, there was a sort of a temporary sign put up that's all faded. I'm wondering whether there's any thought about refreshing that signage to make it more current and relevant.
Yeah, we're actually reviewing all of the coast signs at the moment, looking to refresh not just that, but others as well, in terms of highlighting where the access points should be and shouldn't be, as well as just, I guess, getting a good repository of what signs are there and are they up to date. So yeah, we'll have a look at that.
And my final question is for one of you, not sure who. In my experience of working on a project where there was asbestos involved, I became very educated on the fact that, you know, if you leave it alone, it's not going to get up and bite you, but if you disturb it, it is. So I know we're just noting this report, but I just want to get clear in my head. Will the decision further down the track, with all of the pluses and minuses, be around either disturbing and clearing the landfill or protecting it from further erosion and all that goes with all of that? Are those going to be the choices that we're...
I think it's a very complicated question, and that's why we're trying to get further assessment of what to do, and that's why we asked Tonkin and Taylor to look at options. It is... I've got the feeling that at some stage we're going to have to remove some of it, but as I say, that's a bit early stage to say that.
Too soon. Thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Hogan, Mr. Drew, and Dr. Mariani, and congrats again on PhD. There's nothing, I guess, reading the ODT the other day and reading this report, there's nothing that stirs up the community more than talk of unexploded ordnance and asbestos. And in the report it says that the risk is low in terms of the sports fields. So I guess the question is, what makes that less than low? Is that more around disturbance by us and potential erosion?
Yeah, it's in the report. It's more of an anecdotal. Hey, here's what happened when they were building the ice stadium. There was a fine, so there was nothing found in our investigations. But still, because of that other instance, there'll be something to be mindful of if excavations do take place.
And just a question of curiosity, amongst the many lists of gross and disgusting things that were found, what actually is clinker? It's amongst all that bone and concrete and slag, and it says clinker. What is it?
A byproduct, I think, isn't it, of the of the gasification? So
a byproduct of coal being burned. So yeah.
Sounds wonderful.
Yeah, it's the same. So the coal tar is the predominant feature throughout here. So the gas works in South Dunedin obviously had the byproduct disposed of in this place.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Getting to that, it looks to me through the chemical analysis, this has mostly been the gas factory has been putting its dry material waste into that. It doesn't look like there's much in the way of municipal waste in that landfill. Is that correct?
It's difficult to tell. I'm not aware of any household items and stuff like that being found, although unless it's degraded to the point where it's there. But largely, the PAH is coal tars. Yes.
Yeah, I was going to say there's a lot of PAHs there on the other side. I'm wanting to get actually down to the chemical analysis and those numbers on 129 through 147 of the different bores, and mostly the copper and the lead content, among others. And also just how to read those tables. So I'm on page, I'll get to the bottom of that page, 133 as an example. The grey columns on the right-hand side that talk about Class A landfill, Class B landfill, and the Burnside landfill, I assume that those are the units that's maximum acceptable value per cubic metre or per kilogram. The reason I'm asking is the units from the bores are MIGs per kilogram. And I'm just wondering, are the units in the grey columns the same units? So that when we look at, say, the lead capacity of 100 from a Class A landfill, and then we're looking at 6,900 in one of the bores, are we quite literally talking at 69 times the amount of the maximum acceptable value? Is that how we read that table?
That's detail we might have to come back to on. Sorry, Councillor. We did hope to have a landfill engineer here with us today to help answer those ones.
Yeah, just as a comment, yeah, I'm not a landfill expert. I'm a coastal specialist, so it's kind of I'll be upfront with that, kind of outside of my area of expertise.
I think it's the relevance being that, because it's mentioned slightly in the report, there needs to be some treatment, and that's dilution is the solution to pollution. Is that the treatment?
Effectively, it needs to be your ability to control leachate in your new landfill if you do deposit it somewhere, and mixing it with other materials is a solution to do that. Yes.
Actually, so my real question really gets back to some of these values are zeros and some of these values are quite literally 60 to 100 times over the maximum acceptable value. When you do the rest of the analysis, are you going to be able to look at the aggregate concentration of these items? So in other words, some of these are like 200 millimetres thick and then you go back to zero again. So it looks like you've hit something and you've gone out the other side of it. Do we know what the average value of the lead and the copper is, or are we looking at the stuff is actually so contaminated that it can't even go into a Class A landfill?
I think they had some trouble because of the special arrays they used to do the drilling, and I think it's quite hard, and they set out in a report to recreate a map and have like exact volumes of different contaminants. But from what I understand, what this talked about in the report is to take a conservative approach about how we treat this.
Sorry, but it is something we're thinking about. So Lincoln Co, our landfill engineer, is heavily involved in this work, and unfortunately he's not here today, but he is thinking about, can you mix pockets of less contaminated stuff with more contaminated stuff to manage it within the site? So those outcomes are being considered.
Yeah, that was exactly my question. So, and then the other one is the depths of the bores. Only if a lot of them went down to 5, a couple went down to 7, but the whole thing's elevated 7 metres above Marlow Park. So was there any consideration to drilling to the bottom of the centre to find out how deep Kaituna Lagoon really was? Because presumably that's what this was. So it looks to me like we haven't hit the bottom in large sections of it. So we don't really know, am I correct in saying we don't know the full extent of the depth in the centre?
Yeah, that was one of the considerations of doing another, just a few more boreholes here, because the depth of the maximum depth of the drilling rig was 7 metres that they used, so we probably didn't expect it to exceed that, however, yeah.
And then I noticed the other one is that a lot of the boreholes were dry at the bottom. And this is very similar to a master's thesis that was done in the late 90s, identifying that that region had a different hydraulic pattern to the rest of the South D floodplain. Your commentary on leachates, we didn't get down at the water table, so what do you think's happening there? Is rain going straight through and then draining out the bottom, and it's been doing it since the 40s?
Yeah, what our comment was we don't know enough yet, so that was one of our considerations for future to test the effects of leachate from the landfill.
And how will we use that information when we get it? What would be... I guess my question is this. Now that we've identified pockets of high concentration of heavy metals, are we under any obligation now that we know, than before when we didn't know? Do we have to get it out of the ground now?
I think that's the point. We don't know yet what the impact on the environment is, so we need to do more to understand what the impact is.
But we don't have any rules under Ministry of Environment or any other such things now that we know this?
Not that I'm aware of, but that's something we'll look into.
I've got more questions, but I'll just hand them to the floor.
Yes, there's a few to come. Just further to Councillor O'Malley's question, if there's at the bottom of the landfill is dry, then where will be the channel, the conduit for water? Because not far inland from this site, some of the bores that GNS Science have been measuring do fluctuate according to the tide, yet down to a depth of 7 metres, the substrate is still dry. So how's that water getting there?
I think this is a quite complex structures underneath that landfill, and as we said, further assessment will help us to understand exactly how that changes. But tidal intrusion was one of the main worries that we had, because if we've got some impacted sand layer that they saw at the bottom of the landfill, and if you get a tide coming in and out, then there might be potentially some contamination, but due to the tidal fluctuations. But as we said, like right now, this is completely hypothetical and has been flagged by the report, but we don't have information on this yet.
So it looks like there's nothing in this report to say that the tide is moving through the landfill.
No.
Great, thank you. Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you. Just coming back to that question about municipal waste, obviously some of it might be because it's brick and fibres and so on, but one of the more recent public conversations we had about this, there was a lot of anecdotal comment about car bodies and this, that and the other. Was anything like that encountered?
No.
What's Blue Billy, by the way? I couldn't find an explanation.
I can't hear.
Blue Billy. What's Blue Billy?
So blue billy, it's like a really toxic substance that comes from the composition of different materials that you could find normally in landfill and associated to industrial waste, pretty much.
And my other question is, in terms of, I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? The dimension and the location and the questions that have been raised, but I'm wondering the material that was originally exposed when there was the problem, I guess, was first taken seriously when we thought it was the toe of the landfill. Was it the toe of the landfill that was exposed that ended up on the beach, or was that later material that had been dumped on top to try and stabilise the end of the dune above Moanarua Road?
What we know, I mean, the exposure is at the top of the dune. We believe it to be the capping material, as it's more rubble in nature, or corrugated iron and stuff in it. And it matches a description of what we know as the capping material rather than the landfill itself.
I'll jump ahead to Councillor Gary because she has to leave soon.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
The bluebelly, just to be clear, the bluebelly was a tiny piece, wasn't it, in one bore, yep. I was interested on page 73, the leachate collection pipe that was expected to be there in a manhole cover that wasn't found. Have you got any further information about that? Because I'm assuming that would be extremely helpful.
Not at this stage.
Any hope that you'll find that?
We could request that during the further investigation, so that's something we can ask Talking and Teller to have a look at.
And would that be very helpful to you? I mean, is that an important part of the investigation going forward? Or just a sort of an extra?
Yeah, it would certainly be helpful to know. It wouldn't tell you whether the leachate was going beyond the area of the landfill.
It would tell you of its presence.
Correct, which we would be fairly certain of now within the landfill, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor, tēnā koutou. My questions are a little bit, well, they're probably totally out of the scope of this report. It's not technical, but my interest is in historical and, relationships. So it's great to see that mana whenua will be involved in the future work. But, and I don't expect an answer really, I'm just asking if anyone knows or has in your work knows that there are other cities at the time that put landfills next to the beaches or seas. That's my first question.
Well, I think we had a good example with Fox Glacier. I think that was near a water source, and we need to be a bit more careful about this in the near future, I think.
Okay, and the second question, and again, I'm not expecting an answer, but and forgive me for my ignorance, but so I understand that the St Kilda Borough Council would have existed at the time that the landfill started, but the city, the larger city, this city, would be responsible for making that decision and works?
I'm not sure about who was responsible at the time.
Councillor Hulan.
Thank you. We have, where the old gasworks used to be, there's a tar pit there that's really toxic, one of the most toxic in the country, I think. Is there any chance that some of the remnants of that could be in this landfill?
Yes, it's the same. So coal tar is the element in the. It's not as it is the same thing. The byproduct from the gas works would have been transported to Kettle Park to be disposed of.
Because it was, I'm just wondering, degree of, because they're saying that was one of the most toxic, if the toxic waste from the gas works, so you're saying it'll be quite similar to what's in that pit?
It's the exact same material, however, it's more concentrated at the gas pit because it is a well of all of the stuff, whereas it would be a lot less concentrated at Kettle Park because it's been disposed of and mixed with other things.
Right. Is there any risk that we've talked, you may not be able to answer this, but that we could have, is there any, water table, any risk of drinking water? It's not drinking water anywhere near, is there? No. So there's no risk of it affecting, no, thank you.
No risk to the public drinking water system.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So one of the ones I actually just wanted to bring up, more than just to ask, but there's been active sand mining in the area through the whole period. And I note in the report that where Marlow Park is now, there was a very, very tall dune, and that's been completely removed. Is that correct? I can get that from the report. That seems to have happened.
Yes, that's correct.
So we're dealing with not just whatever the Kaituna Lagoon's shape was, we're also dealing with the fact that there was also active mining in the area, which will have increased potentially the area, and then they've backfilled it in. So my question comes along of what will further investigation look like, because it's clear that you're going to want to go further into the dunes to understand the extent to which the seaward facing side of this is facing. Would you, if you get within 10 metres of the front of those dunes and find the landfill, it would seem unlikely that then you're going to say, well, we're just going to walk away now and cross our fingers. So it seems to me that we are heading towards some way or another that at least some of this landfill is going to have to be removed, very likely right away. And obviously that would be the seaward facing side that you would start with. So my question is, with the investigation, if you look at the bores and where it seems to peter out in the west, there's a little bit on the other side of Moanarua Road, but not much. And it may be, and then certainly the seaward side looks relatively clean, although the report indicates that there's stuff in the dunes that goes even further. Would you consider, instead of boring along there, actually start doing an active excavation and replacement of the material as you went along and create like an actively cleaned zone to start with while we do analysis further back in case we lose those dunes? Is that something that might come up in the consideration of how to approach it?
Yes, so the team have talked about, so if you remember the previous long-term plan, council set aside money to remove that contaminated layer in the dune crest. So the team have talked about, as we're doing that, maybe that's an opportunity to go deeper at the time and clean some of the material. So those are things we'll be considering for the next long-term plan, because that would be more expensive than the budget we have set aside for just removing the crest. So options like that are being considered, and we'll bring those to council.
Because in that will come the next issue of how to get it away from the site to the next site. You've obviously got the old tennis courts next to the ice stadium, potentially as a staging area, but you've got all that to challenge you. And I guess my question is heading towards, if you did it on a small scale to start with, you might also get a sense of what you're facing in terms of transport and other such issues. Cool. And then the last one is the dune capping material is a different material again, right? So we've got two activities of contaminated material sitting there. One is a low level contamination, but still has asbestos containing material in it, which was put for some reason to cap the dunes. And then there's the landfill itself, and they are in close proximity, but two different activities probably. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
I'm looking for further questions, but we appear to be done. Councillor Vandevers.
Given the historic records, the old newspaper reports and anecdotal information, were there any real surprises about the composition of this old landfill?
No.
Deputy Mayor Barker.
Yes, a question of curiosity just around the treatment. When Councillor O'Malley was talking about how contaminated some of it is, and it just said that there would be some form of pre-treatment to reduce the leachability of metal, before it was considered acceptable to Class A landfill. And I just wonder, do we have that capacity to do that in Dunedin?
Yes, we do, yeah, as Councillor O'Malley suggested, mixing of that material with other material to reach it below, to achieve the limits of a Class A landfill, is we have the ability to do that in Dunedin, yes.
Alrighty. I think we're done for questions. Thank you, gentlemen. It was very informative. So, having heard all that information, I would like to move that council notes the Kettle Park investigation historic landfill report that we have before us. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Ackland. So, that being, I'd like to speak to this by saying, well, it's quite interesting, Councillor Vandevers' question, that the historical data does inform exactly what was in there, and it's good to have investigations that do confirm what was thought to exist. And I find it quite interesting that there was a prevailing school of thought back in the day that capping dunes was a way of protecting them from the ocean. And of course, the modern school of thought is completely the opposite of that. So capping the dunes actually helps with their deterioration and susceptibility for erosion. So, and we see that along at John Wilson Drive as well. So it tends to clog them up so that they are less effective at blocking the ocean. So this does contribute to our body of knowledge about this landfill. And there's obviously some good things that have come from this, that the water doesn't appear to be travelling through the landfill and contaminating the ground. In behind Victoria Road, so hopefully that is the case, although there's lots of gaps in our knowledge still, because this is only some test boreholes. But it would appear, because of the dryness below there and a range of other factors, that it means that we have a bit of time. It doesn't have to be done on an urgent basis, but it's still a pressing problem for us to consider. However, back in the day, there was also an historic method to protect this landfill, which was alternative methods for the methods that we have no longer, to increase the quantity of sand on the seaward facing side of those dunes. So that's something else that may be considered as we move forward. So who else would like to speak to this? Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks to the staff for this report. I think it highlights what we kind of knew we were facing. This area is a highly manipulated area, probably the best way to describe it. Councillor Fisa's question about, has anybody else done this? Virtually every city in the country did it. They looked at a piece of wetland and said, that's wasteful land, and just filled it up with rubbish and then capped it later. The other thing that we've got is there's massive amount of sand mining gone in that area. And I think that's one to be keeping in mind. It's not directly related to the Kettle Park issue, but it is to deal with the future of South Dunedin. People look at the Tomahawk sand dunes and go, these things are artificially large. I have a feeling they are actually the normal size of sand dunes facing a large southern ocean, and that the ones in St Clair and St Kilda now are dramatically smaller, which is probably contributing to some of the loss. My question about investigation and action, I don't think there's any way that we're going to leave this landfill in perpetuity sitting there. So it's going to be removed over time. It's whether it's removed immediately or whether it's removed in pieces that cities can feel financially capable of going after at the time. I would argue that if there's anything in the first 10 to 15 metres of those sand dunes, then that it needs to come out pretty much immediately. And that's where my question around, do you do your analysis by putting more bores in the sand dunes and mapping, or do you just simply just go in there and say, actually, we've just got to dig till we get to the edge of it, and we now know what the seaward edge looks like because we've now defined it by removing the most hazardous area. Obviously, then have to replace it with something, which we need to think, and that's where I'm getting back to those dunes. We need to think really about what that foreshore looks like and what it looked like before we started modifying it, because this has been just a continuous story of bad decisions of modification left, right and centre coming through here. It's probably our most vulnerable landfill. It's not the only one. I think almost every other sports field in Dunedin is sitting on top of a landfill, because that was the way it was done. We can't shy away from this though, so obviously we're going to go on to the next phase of it. And I guess looking at some of those numbers, it is rather shocking to think that we are still at the old adage of dilution is the solution to pollution. And that is basically what that treatment is going to be, is to simply dilute it down to a concentration that it's now acceptable. But anyway, it's work we're going to have to do, so we just got to get stuck into it.
Councillor Witherell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's imperative we throw the book at sand retention measures along our coastline. Cities are built around coastlines, however, cemeteries and landfills should not be beside sand dunes. I welcome the impending erosion reports for Dunedin City's entire coastline. Looking at historic photos of early 1900s, there was at least 5 groins along the Middle Beach coastline. Perhaps if they had been maintained and retained, we would not be having this discussion today. It is my view the majority of this landfill should be left alone. However, we do need to be proactive in addressing possible areas which may be at risk of encroaching along our coastline from erosion, which this Kettle Park historic landfill report provides. So I thank the staff for their efforts in providing this report, and I will be happy to vote to note it. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak? No? Thank you. And I'll just exercise my right to reply, to agree with the words of Councillor Malley, and as the collector of quite a number of photographs of the early photographs of the area, the dunes beside, in front of Kettle Park, where Kettle Park now is, in front of the tennis courts, were huge. They were very large. And also I do have a range of photos showing material that in the last big storm around 2015, the capping material on the front of those dunes that rolled onto the beach included car body parts and corrugated iron and all sorts of rubbish. And I have been remiss, I do need to send them to Dr. Krier, I'll just get their name right here, Mariani. So we'll do that. And in answer to another question, in replacing that capping material and the dune material as we move to excavate it out, because I similarly agree with Councillor Malley that just getting on with digging out the front of those dunes would be a good idea. The answer as to what material we replace it with lies stockpiled immediately behind where the digger would be working, because there's a whole pile of sand there, to me, for that purpose. So we can dig out the contaminated material, get rid of it, and we have sand already there to replace it. And in fact, we can build the face of that dune a little bit higher. And if we put some protection, some accumulation device in front of it, then that would ensure that the dune continues to build up. And I think it would be a useful thing for the city if we were to have a regular build-up of the dunes, just as historically has happened. So we have, so our motion is to note the report. So I'll now put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Moving right along to item number 10, the capital expenditure report for the 23-24 annual plan. Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Logie and Ms. Allen. Mr. Logie will speak to the report. Do you have any comments to make in advance?
Probably just a couple, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Probably the key table for councillors to look at is the table on page 154, which shows the 3-year comparison. So that was the additional information that was requested following the deliberations meeting. And what that shows is the comparison of the forecast and actuals for years 1 to 3 of the 10-year plan versus the actual 10-year plan. And you can see under option 1 there is an uplift of $83 million, noting that 91 of that is actually relates to Three Waters. So primarily the uplift in CapEx in the round for the 3 years is in the Three Waters area. In terms of what council needs to consider is obviously how much debt they want to carry while the reform process is in train. So obviously there's a risk around reform not happening, depending on what happens at an election. And then the other risk is the timing of when the reform actually comes into effect. So originally when council made the decision to accelerate the Three Waters renewals program was at the time when the reform was to occur on the 1st of July next year, which meant that effectively the debt associated with anything to do with Three Waters would transfer to entity D at the time, but obviously it's now entity J. So I think that's the crux of the Three Waters debate is around how much debt do we want to carry. We've given you the, in terms of the funding impact statement, we've shown you the impact on the ratio of debt versus revenue. So obviously that's higher than what was in the 10-year plan. Councillor Benson Pope, through deliberations, asked about the ratios. So the ratios in terms of council are fine. Where we do have a challenge is that because we are now a member of LGFA, there is one metric where the total group debt interest is compared to our rates. Okay, so effectively the total interest for the DCC and DCHL group has to be less than 30% of our rates bill, which is about, so that 30% is about $61 million. Any change to the level of borrowing in the DCC will make that challenging to deliver that ratio. So one of the things that DCHL are doing in relation to the LGFA is they're actually going to them and saying, most other councils, it's just council debt versus the rates. For us, it's been treated at the group, and obviously there's not a lot of relationship between the group debt and the rates. So what they're doing is asking, can that ratio be reviewed on the basis that it's not comparable to other councils? So that's one thing. So, but that's certainly a ratio that we will probably fall below for next year, but it will be very close to hitting that ratio. Other than that, is there anything else, Chief, we need to cover off? Otherwise, we'd be happy to take questions. And we have the group managers here if there's anything specific relating to individual programs.
Very good. I'll just have a quick question to start. And just noting down, the item 29 under the options, option 2, considers the opportunity to advance that capital expenditure by a further 35 million. So is that the scenario that you're referring to when we'd come under difficulty with our interest rate payments with the LGFA, or would we be under pressure, right, whether we have it at option 1 as well?
Option 2 would certainly make that ratio more challenging, yes.
And I mean, that's at our current low projection of interest rates, but you know, I see
that's at the projection of, I think we've actually used an interest rate of 5%, just in the round to cover that off.
Yes,
yeah.
Although current bank interest rates, I noticed was a thing in the paper this morning, they've gone up quite a bit this week.
But again, we'll just reaffirm that at this stage, Dunedin City Treasury is saying that our budget at 4.85 for next year is still okay.
Yes, but if transfer of assets were to not to take place for a year or two, or possibly never, that would put us under quite a strain, correct? Is that correct?
Yes, it would. And again, I think when we just had discussion at deliberations around the rate increase, a number of councillors indicated that the rate increase for 23-24 is a holding pattern, and that certainly is when we develop the 10-year plan, that there would need to be some review of the movement in relation to the Three Waters targeted rates in particular.
Yes, and so going back to the DIA approval, I'm thinking of the word if and only if. So if we go for an increased Three Waters spend, would that be on the basis of if and only if DIA approves that and agree to transfer that debt and the interest associated with that debt to them?
So again, I think the purpose of the decision today is to give management the indication of what councillors wish to do, and then on that basis we will submit an application to DIA. The adoption of the budget does not occur until the end of June, so there is an opportunity to review that were that approval not forthcoming.
So what I would say is councillors potentially could signal in the alternative that your preference was to do, say, the more modest program of work, but if DIA said they would fund the additional work, then you would go with that. So you could do it either way. And we could then present that to them as, alternative scenarios. That's my understanding. They'd accept that, Gavin?
Yep, and obviously we've got an uplift in spend in the current year, which is obviously will form part of that application. So again, it'll be an application for both the current year's spend and next year's planned spend.
So if we were at option 1, would that give us a degree of comfort of coming within the LGFA interest rate limit?
Obviously, lower borrowings from a financial point of view are preferable, particularly in the current environment. But again, it's a decision of council. I think the bigger risk is does reform actually occur or not, and the timing of it, rather than the DIA approval.
Yes.
And bearing in mind that we do have, as part of the 10-year plan, a full rates review, and that will need to look at the level of water rate, of the targeted rate that we charge for water, because, as has been pointed out a number of times, that rate is probably no longer adequate for the level of service that we are providing as a council, and it is significantly less than what the new entity would be charging for the same.
Okay, so I've got questions from Councillors O'Malley, Van der Vis, Deputy Mayor Barker and Councillor Houlihan. Anyone else? And Councillor Walker. Okay, Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to look at the two variances that are not paid out, which was property and waste management, that are on the other side of where we are. I assume the property is that 11 is 11 of 17 million that's been put aside for the theatre rebuild that hasn't been moved. Is that what that is?
No, the majority of that relates to the district energy scheme in South Dunedin. The resource recovery park, which will obviously transfer into next year, which is why you see that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's really what I was pointing out, was that these will be moving. Some of these will be moving on later on in time and coming back to us. I do want to touch on the question I want to ask is the extra 35 million that's being asked is for renewals and upgrades, right?
It's an acceleration of the long-term plan program, so yes, predominantly renewals and upgrades.
Because when we're talking about risk, the commentary has been the risk of the reforms not going through and then the debt staying with us. But if we are to maintain our assets correctly, the 10-year plan had that asset maintenance in it, and it, from my recollection, was going up in quantum as we got through the 10-year plan due to perceived delivery issues that we'd have at the start. Am I correct now in saying that because we're getting better delivery of the program, that's why that is all being moved forward?
That's absolutely correct. The long-term plan had the increase in delivery at the back end of it, but the staff and the market have demonstrated that it can deliver that now. So the question for council is, do you want to fund it now or later?
So for me, the missing piece of information is presumably there's a bolus of work to get through that's required to overcome the underinvestment in renewals that we've been doing in the past. How much of that, once we've gone through this piece of work now, it's listed in the advantages that we are getting near the point where we're getting on top of it. Are we getting near being up to the point where we're in steady state with our renewals?
I don't have the exact figures, but we're certainly catching up, but we still have a way to go.
Which then gets back to, is the $35 million an option for us not to do regarding whether or not we maintain our renewals, or is it one we're considering based on cash flow? Well, this is for us to ask, but the reason I'm asking this, I won't go to the second part of the question. The first part of the question, this money would be well spent on renewals. Are we correct in that regard?
Yes.
And this is a rhetorical question, but our water bill is $1,100 a year, split between reticulated and stormwater. Is it true that Clutha's is $2,200 a year and Queenstown's $2,000 a year?
I'm not aware of those exact figures, but they're in that realm, yes.
So our water bill, compared to other municipalities around us, even ones I've not been kind to, is actually quite low compared to others.
It is low, yes.
And if it was to go up $800, which would put it in line with Queenstown's, then that, Mr. Logie, would affect our debt to earnings ratio because we would have increased our earnings quite a lot in the rates.
Correct, although bearing in mind it's only applying to a portion of the rates. It's the targeted rate, which is about $80 million for Three Waters.
Which would then go to around about 140 or 150 million, right? Yeah, thank you.
All righty, thank you. Councillor Van der Vis.
The Department of Internal Affairs assurances of taking on our debt, is it true that any assurances that the Department of Internal Affairs make can be simply overridden by Parliament or Cabinet?
I don't know the answer to that. I think there's a legislative power to the head of DIA in the second Water Entities Bill.
My interpretation of that bill is that if a decision cannot be made between DIA and the territorial authority, that the minister can intervene if a decision cannot be made, not to override, but in fact to make the decision.
And that's my understanding as well.
It's not mine, but I'll move on. The LGFA total group interest requirement having to be less than 30% of the rates bill. What argument would DCHL have in trying to get away from this LGFA requirement when we, the council, have dumped so much of our debt and liability onto the DCHL companies? I'm thinking of the stadium debt that was dumped there under Mayor Cull, Torrey Gorge Railway debt dumped there under Mayor Hawkins, and other venues liability as well, given that we have basically been putting a lot of essentially DCC decisions that were very expensive and put them in the lap of our companies. What argument could DCHL have for trying to get away from the local government funding authority requirement for local group debt interest not being considered?
So in terms of that ratio, the challenge is that there is no direct relationship between the rates and the debt that's held by Aurora, for example. Aurora can fund their debt through their own revenue, not through rates. So that would be the argument, that we are in a different position to other councils, because most other councils it's just council debt versus council rates.
But is it not true that DCHL are having to fund a great deal of debt for things like stadium, railways, things that are fundamentally council issues?
I'm not going to get into a debate about how the debt's arisen within the group. I mean, that's been a decision of previous councils.
Moving on to the graph on page 153, capital expenditure chart. What was in the budget and what's actual and forecast. If we look at the middle graph, we see that what was actual was around 50 million in unprecedented overspend for the 22-23 year. Who was responsible for keeping the capital spend within the budget?
So, Councillor, ultimately all budgetary decisions rest with me, but this was signalled to Council early that the program was going ahead of schedule, and Council signed off an accelerated program.
It's true that Council did sign off an accelerated program retrospectively, but given that the budget was for X and the 22-23 year was for 50 million more, was it your responsibility essentially prior to the retrospective sign-off to have kept that budget at budgeted levels?
All matters as they relate to council operational performance are my responsibility, Councillor, but it was flagged with council very early on that the program was well ahead of budget, and so it was of no surprise to council, and at no point was there a direction issued to actually stop the capital program.
And maybe I can just add, you just need to remember that this graph is versus the 10-year plan, and that council approved an annual plan capital budget for the current year at $189 million, not the 150 plus that's shown in this graph. So this is going back to the 10-year plan, because obviously the idea of showing you the 3 years is that there's been movements between years.
Has there been any consideration given to the lack of opportunity for consultation on this dramatic increase in spending?
We consulted fully on the annual plan, so I'm not sure what you mean, Councillor.
the difference essentially between what was expected in the 10-year plan and the dramatic overspend, which was unprecedented.
There was full consultation as part of the annual plan, and that included the revised capital budget.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to understand that if we did an accelerated work program, would our depreciation costs also go up over that period?
Again, probably not directly affect next year because generally the renewals happen throughout the year, but certainly with the subsequent year, so the 24, 25. So again, that would feed into the development of the 10-year plan.
Oh, I just guess I kind of wanted to understand the consequences around the time when possibly the entities took over, because there was talk about it being 24 and then it's 25 and then it's 26. So I kind of wanted to understand our carrying costs of debt and work.
So effectively, the 23-24 budget will include the current level of CapEx as factored into the depreciation for next year. Obviously, when we do the 24-25 year, we will increase the depreciation associated with the additional CapEx that potentially gets approved for that year. But certainly, as I've said, I mean, the two risks are reform, does it happen or not? And then the second risk is when does it happen? And it's the carrying costs of that. So again, it comes down to what decision council wants to make around the rates in the 24-25 year in relation to Three Waters.
I don't know if you've got a calculator in your head. If the reform was to happen in 1st of July 2026, what would be the depreciation cost for carrying the extra work?
If I might, through the chair, can I just check with Gavin? Council would have a choice at some point about whether they fully funded depreciation. If we knew that we had that Three Waters was going in 26, we could choose to not fully fund depreciation through rates and avoid some of those carrying costs.
So correct. So that's what we've done. That's effectively what council's done for next year is recognise that the additional spend has gone into debt, and have elected not to fund that. And again, if whatever decision is made about Three Waters this year, I mean, the rates is already set at 6.6, although council could still change that if they chose to. Again, it's how much risk council's prepared to take in the intervening years between now and when reform happens, if it happens.
Is it possible in our resolution, we've got a suggested recommendation there, is it possible to stick in stuff like subject to DIA approval and then subject to reforms going through? Would that put handcuffs around it?
I think once the debate has happened, and we will need to spend some time crafting a resolution because this is a reasonably complicated paper. So my sense is, following question time, once council has a view of which way they want to move, we will need to take some time to frame up a resolution.
My next question is just around the LGFA, and I know it took us forever to belong. Do we have any debt with them?
Yes, we do. DCHL, DCTL has borrowed, I think, 2 tranches of debt from LGFA.
So we are somewhat beholden to them when we can't just leave them.
Well, just reminding council, whether we had debt or not, we had become a member of LGFA. In terms of any withdrawal procedure, I'm not sure that's what that process would be, but certainly the decision to go to LGFA provides some surety in terms of our accessing funds in the current environment. And certainly the fact that Dunedin City Treasury has elected to use them as funders for a couple of tranches of money would indicate that they are offering a good pricing model or tenure of debt.
And now I've got councillors Houlihan, Walker, Gilbert, Wiley, Lucas, and then Bensapova, Malley and Vandevers. So, Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. My understanding is that when if DIA agree to cover the debt for the extra Three Waters spend, that once that happens, that agreement is there, that then that means we are also agreeing, obviously, to hand over all the assets. Is that 2 and 2 go together?
No, we need to understand what's happening with reform first and foremost. So at the minute, we are required to work within the legislative framework as it exists, but we don't know what will happen post-October. So we have we're required to operate within the current law, and that involves working with DIA, but that's, Mr Logie has said, there's risk, and the main risk is what happens if the assets don't transfer.
So my understanding is, so from you saying that, is that obviously it depends what decision's made at the election and who gets in, but so does that mean at the moment we have not committed ourselves far enough down the track that we have to, if the current government stay in, that we don't have to commit to an asset transfer?
At the moment, the law has set up the 10 entities, and if the law doesn't change, then there's a transition process whereby at some point over the next 3 years, the assets will transfer to Entity J. If the law changes following the election, then we will need to work with whatever framework the new government comes up with.
Following on from Councillor Vandervis's question, so my understanding is that if we get approval from DAA re the debt transfer, then a new government comes in and they've already said they're not going to go ahead with Three Waters. Does that mean that debt, even though we had that agreement, that debt wouldn't transfer?
That's correct, because the assets would stay with us as well.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think I have 4 questions, and the first one goes back to how you closed your introduction around that LGFA ratio and the requirement 30% of rates take or rates bill. Do you know what the consequences are of us not adhering to that agreement?
No, I don't, Councillor.
I'm sorry, Councillor, could you just ask again? I missed that first part of your question.
Yeah, it's has there been any indication of the consequences of breaking our requirement not to adhere to the 30% requirement?
Sorry, I have no answer to that either, sorry.
And my second question, I think I know the answer to, but I will ask it. Reading the paper, if we go for option 2, we go to 178% of the 250 allowance. In terms of our debt percentage revenue requirements, am I right in thinking it's a decision of this council if we wanted to at some point, hence to increase that 250% ceiling?
So that 250% is set by council in terms of the finance strategy. There is a limit that's set as part of the covenants of the LGFA funding, but it is higher, and it also refers to net debt. So what the LGFA do is they consider that things like the Waipori fund as an offset against your debt.
So that's a yes. In terms of, this might be for Mr Drew, and reading within the papers, there's often comment around the fact that we are, in terms of our Three Waters work, a lot of it is contractually committed. How relevant is that? I mean, is that advantageous or disadvantageous in terms of our ability to progress? And the second question is, do you have a number around the treatment plant work as a number of the increase, the 32 million increase? How much of that is committed to the treatment plant work, which seems to be very important?
In terms of contractually committed, I guess the 60 million budget is made up of contractually committed work to make sure we comply with our regulatory requirements and health and safety, so our highest priority and contractually committed work. The extra 35, I think, and I'm looking at David here, who might have a bit more detail, is predominantly in pipe renewals and treatment plant resilience. But feel free to chip in, David, if I've got that wrong.
Thank you so much. So that is correct, Mr. Drew. The additional money would fund additional resilience measures and health, safety and wellbeing improvement measures. Our plants are as you might be aware, complex facilities with a whole range of complex assets, civil, mechanical, electrical, chemical process that have a lifespan ranging from 10 years through to 25 years typically. And those improvements would greatly benefit those who operate and maintain the plants and build in that extra resilience for weather or civil defence related events.
I was just going to say those contractual commitments have they've been the mechanism. Those longer term contractual commitments have been the mechanism for the market to respond to delivering our capital program, getting surety that there is a pipeline of work that they can build capability and capacity around.
Thank you, and thank you for that comprehensive answer. And I guess it leads to another question. So, I mean, in a perfect world, it would cost us no money. And so if we take whatever happens with government change in DIM, am I right in sensing that the work that we're required to do absolutely provides much needed resilience for the city in terms of Three Waters infrastructure?
Correct, Councillor, and as was previously stated, all of this was contemplated in the 10-year plan. It's our ability to deliver it at this time which will greatly benefit us going forward.
Very good. Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. A few questions. First of all, if we go on the assumption that the DIA take over all debt regarding Three Waters, would it be fair to then to say that the only the direct cost to us is the servicing of any debt that we take down between now and then, which is the 4.85?
So again, it'll come down to how council elects to fund that debt. Obviously, with our relatively modest rate increase for 23-24, then the bulk of that interest would be capitalised as part of the debt. So we would actually borrow. Again, I can't foreshadow what council decision may be around rates for the subsequent years.
Moving on to something a little bit different, I'm looking on, it's either, depending on which one you want to look at, it's either page 165 or 154, number 20, they both refer to the same thing, regarding fleet replacement. And by my read on there, we've spent just under $2.5 million in 3 years replacing the fleet, and there is something in the budget every year. So my curiosity is, how often do we replace the fleet? And is that each year we replace the fleet, or we're replacing on a rolling kind of basis?
So just to put a bit of context around it, part of the fleet spend in the last 3 years, or the 3 years in question, 700 of that relates to the new book bus that was put in play. In terms of the day-to-day fleet, certainly it has had an area of focus. I took over fleet a year ago, potentially. It might have been a year ago. And what we found is that the fleet was quite old. So what we've done is revamped the procurement of that to accelerate some of that. And because of our pricing advantage that we can get in the market, there's a potential to say that actually we should turn over our vehicles more frequently, because effectively what we pay for them and what we get for them on resale would not be that much different. It's interesting, we're selling utes that are 10 or 15 years old, and we're getting really good money for them. So there is certainly an argument to say that if you turn over your fleet more frequently, that actually the overall cost of ownership is actually less. But certainly the age of our fleet was a concern.
And partly we had a council directive to look to changing the makeup of our fleet as well, to be more hybrid and EV, and we've progressed that as well.
Awesome, thank you. I did notice that the book bus had its own line as well. So, well, I'm assuming that was the mobile library replacement. My other question is simply either I have forgotten or I wasn't here at the time. On page 166, commercial property purchases. Sorry, which ones? Can I just be reminded, please?
Probably the use of the term commercial was a little bit loose, but the 131 is property in relation to Smooth Hill. Okay, and the 850 is Folden Mar. So maybe commercial is not the right term, but that's the line that it's gone into.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. A question's more directed for Mr. Drew around this. Overall, all the Three Waters work is work that needs to be undertaken regardless of what happens, who's in government, and DIA funding. Is that correct? Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, it's all work that's been identified during the long-term plan process, and we can deliver it earlier.
That leads into my second question. We do have the workforce capacity that's been built up. So to maintain that momentum when other areas may be trying to find that workforce later on would be quite a challenge.
Yes, that's correct. Thanks to some decisions of council to do the longer term pipe renewal contracts, we have been able to establish capability and capacity in the market much earlier than we thought.
Then a lot of this work really would assist what we're currently consulting on, the future development strategy and projects like that for the long-term future of the city.
Correct.
And regardless of what we think of the DIA funding, whether DIA steps in or not, my recollection of looking at the National Party website is that they even would be looking at delivering ongoing investment in water infrastructure. Is that your feeling as well, or would you want to make any comment on that?
No, but that's my very limited understanding as well.
Councillor Lucas.
Thank you. A question from Councillor Gary, and she may return, and I apologise if she repeats this. Her question is that if we do the additional 35 million, does that affect us in terms of other projects in coming years and our ability to borrow and be able to undertake different projects that are a priority in the long-term plan for 24-25 onwards?
So again, the ratio that we've shown on page 177, albeit that it's higher than what was in the 10-year plan, is still at 168% or 178%, depending on which option council elects to go for. That is still below the self-imposed 250 limit. So potentially there is still capacity in your borrowing, but again, that would be a decision that council would need to consider as part of the development of the 10-year plan.
And I'd just add that council get to reprioritise projects as part of the 10-year plan, so that's the mechanism if something had a priority that wanted to be boosted.
Thank you. And the other question is, obviously we've already got $90 million of accelerated Three Waters program, the 3-year program. There's nothing stopping us at this time next year if we don't proceed with the 35 million when the crystal ball has cleared and we know whether the entities are going ahead, depending on who's in government and what's happening, for us to then approve the 35 million and even more accelerated program if we wish.
Yeah, correct. Probably the only thing that Mr. Drew would say is that the capacity in the market may have gone elsewhere.
And that is something to consider, because Mr. Drew has spoken to the market and said that there's a potential slowdown in our spend, and that has implications if we can't confirm a pipeline of work.
Thank you. I've just got some specific questions, and maybe Ms. Nielsen might be able to answer me. On my second home, I see that we're not doing any work on the Edgar Centre, and I'm feeling very sad and disappointed about that. Is there a reason why? I know we've talked about it before.
Sure. I wouldn't say we're not doing any work, but where you'll see a lot of the work on Edgar Centre is in our operational budgets. It's maintenance rather than capital improvements.
Okay, thank you. And maybe Mr. Drew can answer me on the Mosgiel Stormwater Pump Station and network, which I understand was needing work, and that's not intending to be done anything over the 3 years.
Well, I might have deferred Mr. Ward on that one. I'm not sure of the detail.
Yeah, that's a piece of work that we can reprioritise and defer later on to manage our focus on the priority regulatory compliance and health, safety and wellbeing focus areas at the moment. So we can juggle that piece of work.
So it's doesn't have an element of urgency that I thought that it did have.
No, so all of the quick-term upgrades have been done. So the intake's been improved. What the issue now is, the network is the bottleneck. So if we were to upgrade the pump station, the water wouldn't get to it fast enough to pump it away. So we have to address the network issues first. And so there have been upgrades at the pump station. So we have it humming, in effect, to the best. It's tuned to the system that it has at the moment. To create more capacity from it needs network upgrades as well. And so that is working through a prioritisation process as part of a broader system planning or master planning exercise that staff are working on.
Councillor Benson Pope. And then we have, O'Malley, Van der Vos and Hootland.
Thank you. Speaking of pump stations, I just want to be really clear on the implications of option 1 or the option 2. And I didn't get that clarity from the earlier question. The resilience work and renewal work for Tahuna and Musselburgh, does that happen under the base scenario, option 1?
Yes, there's about, in the base scenario, 60 million, there's about $10 million for treatment plant resilience work.
At Musselburgh?
Yes, so that's one of our priority projects, Musselburgh. That's, yes, there's about $5 million for Musselburgh.
Is that amount increased for those purposes in the option 2 scenario?
Yes, Councillor. The treatment plant programme has the potential to double in stature and funding, and the additional resilience at Musselburgh can be provided in that extra spending as well.
Sorry. So some of the concerns about resilience are met under the base scenario, but we get a better response under the expanded scenario. Is that right?
Correct, Councillor. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My first question around the debt transfer. We're proposing to capitalise the interest, but will DIA, in terms of the unknown risks, will DIA accept that part of it, even if they accept the actual debt?
My understanding is when we met with DIA and discussed the opening balance, what they'll do is they'll use the funding impact statement as the basis of how much debt relates to Three Waters. So there'll be a Three Waters funding impact statement. So long as the rates increase that sits in Three Waters is not way out of whack for the overall rates increase, then there is no reason why they wouldn't take on that additional interest that's been capitalised to debt. Okay, if we had a rate increase of 6.6% and 0% in Three Waters, and so the 6.6 went into everywhere else, then they might question it.
And that will be next year's budget then, and the LTP then would address that as opposed to this year?
Correct, because again, it comes down to your consultation with your community on the rates increase.
So it's just getting back to us getting my head around the interest that would come with this. We are going to capitalise it potentially. and that's largely due to the uncertainty. So there's a certain level of leeway and tolerance to capitalise stuff that you would normally expect to pay in rates. Cool, thanks. I want to ask a question relative to the increased spending that Councillor Vandervis brought up. Is that due largely to increased delivery or increased costs?
Largely increased delivery, but with an element of increased costs.
And now the other question I have is, I know the answer to this, but it's important to answer the question. If the assets transfer with Three Waters reform as it stands right now, then who is the unit payer in the new water bill? The householder, I take it.
Yes, the same person that currently receives the rates bill.
Maybe not actually even the same person, but certainly it's going to go to the same address as the rates bill goes.
Yeah, correct.
And am I correct in saying that Dunedin makes up around about half of the Otago Southland population? Ish. I don't really assume it does. When the debt transfer occurs with Three Waters, that's going to transfer over to the whole of the Otago Southland entity. So if for every 2 units of debt we take out, only 1 unit of debt would transfer to our house, and then the other unit of debt would end up transferring to houses in other towns who are now part of the entity. It is as much as we'll take their debt back in the other direction as well. Is that correct? Well,
again, that would be your summation of what happens, Councillor. We're not aware of the relative debt of the other entities, of the other councils that will go into Entity J.
It is the intention, though, that everybody in Entity J gets the same water bill, maybe with a volumetric charge associated with it.
That's my understanding of what's proposed at the minute.
Yes, so my point being that then that any territorial authority that puts its debt up during this period of time will actually have the capacity to effectively transfer a chunk of it based on the ratio of their population. Because basically everybody in Otago Southland is paying the same water bill, which is to the aggregated debt of all the Otago Southland entities put together into the new entity.
But also what they're getting is a slightly better level of asset in terms of, because we have renewed a number of our assets.
Yes, so we would be renewing our assets, getting them into a better condition, and if it transferred over, actually, based on our population ratios, some of that would be transferring over to other members of the entity, not us. It is as much as we will be taking the other council's debts. But, yeah, thanks.
Councillor Vandervis.
Mr. Logie, you've said that the local government funding agency requires us to have a level of debt no more than 30% of the rates bill, and that we will fall below that next year. How much would rates have to go up for us not to fall below the required local government funding agency 30%?
So just so we're clear, it's the interest cost, not the debt, because our debt is the group debt will be over $1 billion and our rates are 203. So just so we're clear, it's the interest cost.
Yep. So given that the interest cost requirement, which of course is directly a result of interest rates plus our debt, given that that's predicted by you to fall below what's required by the LGFA next year, how much would we have to increase our rates from 6.6% in order to meet the 30% of rates bill requirement?
Just so we're clear, we want to stay under 30%, not go over 30%. 30% is the maximum. Yes. So therefore, as long as we're under the maximum, the question, I don't understand the question. Sorry.
Maybe I don't understand it either. The requirement of the LGFA, you've just told us this morning, the funding agency, is that the total group interest has to be less than 30% of the rates bill.
Correct.
And that next year it will fall below that. So where is it now, and how does the extra spending that we're doing impact that?
So as I've said, it based on the quick modelling that we've done, we will fall below it for next year. The subsequent year may be different, but again, as we've traversed in both the deliberations meeting and this meeting, is that council has the option of looking at their rates for the LTP for 24-25. And again, if council were of the mind that actually the Three Waters rates needs to increase, then obviously that increases the base on which you do that measure through.
So in order to deal with the problem that may arise next year with this LGFA limit, the option of raising rates to do that rather than reducing our interest cost is what you would recommend?
No, I didn't say that, Councillor. I said is that when council makes decisions on rating for the 24-25 year and subsequent years, at that time, then that would be one of the considerations, but obviously it's around how do we fund our Three Waters spend.
And we've already signalled, Councillor, and the Council has given us very clear direction that they want us to review their rating method, and that will include the targeted rate for Three Waters, which hasn't been, well, probably isn't adequate in its current form if we're to retain those assets.
Okay, thanks for that. Getting back to this very significant overspend, which this paper is suggesting we increase even further, is there a cost-benefit document justifying the massively increased Three Waters spend in particular?
So just remind, when reform was mooted in terms of the sector, this council made a conscious decision to increase its delivery of its Three Waters program on the basis that they felt that, or at the time it was indicated that that's a good way to position ourselves as we move into a new model of delivery. So that's been a conscious decision that we, management and staff, have acted on. Probably, to be fair, we've acted on it to the extent that it's been very successful in terms of getting contracts in place. So again, this is reflecting a decision of the previous council.
What I would add, though, in terms of the cost benefits, you've heard both Mr Drew and Mr Ward indicate that what's being proposed here increases our renewal program, but also increases the resilience of key pieces of infrastructure like Tahuna and Musselburgh. So while there's no cost benefit, the system planning points to those things being necessary if we're to have a resilient Three Waters system.
Yes, obviously there will be some increase in resilience resulting from this extraordinarily unprecedented overspend, but what you're confirming is in fact there hasn't been a...
Can I just, a point of order on the term of the use, overspend? Can I just have a, I think that's misleading, Your Worship.
So, yeah, I think extraordinary overspend. I do recall in council us voting to, about a year ago, to increase the budget.
About this budget in front of us last year.
We made.
Well, it's not an overspend here. It's not a blowout. It's not.
Yeah, it was a conscious decision to accelerate the process.
Okay, so to elaborate further on Councillor O'Malley's point.
Go to 2,000.
Sorry, Councillor O'Malley. It is my understanding that you are objecting to the characterisation of an overspend when it hasn't actually been spent yet. Is that right? So, you know, this is the budget meeting where we are setting and discussing those things. So, if you could talk it in terms of perhaps a potential increase rather than overspend. You happy with that?
No, the overspend I was particularly referring to, if someone had been listening, is highlighted in the graph on page 100.
Point of order. Point of order.
Councillor.
It sounded to me like, Mr Mayor, you made a quite clear request of the councillor, and his response was no. That's an absolute breach of standing orders and needs to be dealt with.
Well, I mean, my interpretation is that the councillor's trying to clarify what he's saying, so that to debate the point. We'll just I'll just let him finish what he's saying, because we've had a point of order about what that 50 million is pertaining to, which is the budget we're setting, and that is, and as I said, it should be rather characterised that instead of an overspend, it should be a projected budget.
Point of order, Mr Mayor. You made a ruling. The standing orders say once the Mayor makes a ruling, it's not up for debate.
Well, we'll have a minute here.
Can we take an adjournment?
Yeah, take an adjournment. I move to make an adjournment. Seconded, Councillor Malley. All those in favour say aye. No. And just to that point, I've only got a couple more speakers of questions, and then we'll take a break for lunch. Lunch is here. But we'll finish the questions first so that we can think about what might be motions, might be an alternative motion or change of motion over lunch, and then come back to the debate. Thank you, councillors. It is my bad. The point being that I asked your councillor not to use that expression because it's referring to a budget. This is a budget debate and the money has not been spent yet. It's a proposed increase. So if you could just refer to it as that, thank you, in line with the ruling.
Is a proposed increase not an overspend on what was budgeted? What is the problem with me referring, as I have earlier in the debate, to overspend that we have had in the past?
Sorry.
Point of order.
Sorry, we're back to a point of order again because I've asked you just to use the different expression, and because of the confusion of past tense, future tense, and just stick with that, please.
I don't believe it's appropriate to be asked to use words.
Point of order.
Look,
that's the third time your ruling has been challenged, Mr. Chairman.
Look. Yes, yes. Okay, we'll take a short adjournment and the Chief will have a discussion with the councillor. So this time everyone else can run to take a moment. Seconded to Councillor Fee. So all those in favour say aye. Councillor, do you have a question you would like to finish?
The question that I had was that in addition to the past overspend that we have had on Three Waters, and option 2, which is a proposed future overspend, how does that proposed future overspend of $35.2 million impact on A, the local government funding agency 30%, interest less than 30% limit, and what are the expected interest costs in the next year where there's an anticipated problem?
Thank you. Are you able to, happy to answer that question?
So I can answer the first one. Based on the modelling that we've done for next year, while we'll be close to the limit, we will not breach the limit. In terms of the subsequent year, I can't anticipate any decision of council to change rates, etc. So certainly that would be a discussion that we would need to have as part of the development of the 10-year plan, and in particular the annual plan for the 3 years 24 through to 27.
So what would be your expectation in the following year of the rates increase required to keep us in that, to keep us within the LGFA limit?
Again, I can't give you a number for that, councillor.
Is it something you could forward later on?
Well, no, because there's lots of variables. There's what does the group debt look like? What does the interest rates look like? There's a whole lot of variables that would drive that. As I stated, DCHL are having discussions with the LGFA around the metric or the covenant. Certainly it was raised when we joined the LGFA that was the one covenant that is different for us in relation to other councils because we're looking at group debt. So, yeah.
Given that the group debt is budgeted out for several years and given perhaps, say, an arbitrary 5% interest rate, could you then give us some idea of what would be required?
We could look at doing some modelling if that was required.
Thank you.
Great. 3 more questions and then we go to lunch. Councillor Houlihan. Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mayor Raddick, and just want to thank Councillor Lucas for asking my question earlier, which I've caught up on the answer, so I don't need to re-ask that. I was interested to know on page 156, and forgive me if this has already been asked, around the comment about in item 34 contractually committed, and that pertains to option 1. How far does that contractual commitment extend?
So are you looking in terms of a dollar value or?
No time, yep.
Oh, sorry. So the contractual commitments they're kind of different for different contracts. So the pipe renewal contract that council approved a couple of years ago still has 3 or 4 years to run. So we tried to have these contracts spanning the transition period to minimise disruption to the market. The treatment plant renewals contract that's recently awarded, that still has 9 years to run, so they're different for different contracts.
Understand it. That explains it. Thank you. And my second question is, do we have any modelling about what it would cost not to do this resilience work? We've seen up in the North Island what happens when you don't do the resilience work. Have we done any modelling around that at all?
Not in a holistic sense, but we have war-roomed, I guess for lack of a better term, what-ifs, and if something was to go wrong, what are the contingency measures we need in place? So across our highest risk infrastructure, we have contingency plans in place for the what-ifs.
So could I infer from that that the cost would be higher because you're doing something in an emergency situation, in that what-if situation?
Oh, absolutely, significantly higher.
Significantly higher, thank you.
Okay, and lastly, of the Three Waters proposed budget increases, 32 and 35 million, how much of that will directly contribute to South Dunedin stormwater removal capacity? Do we know?
So so was it South Dunedin stormwater capacity? So that's still in planning, is trying to line up with Jonathan Rowe's work as well. So I don't know the exact number, but there is a number less than $1 million in terms of planning for the infrastructure.
So there's essentially none of it is for direct infrastructure to remove any stormwater event water from South Dunedin. Is that correct?
No, yes. So the infrastructure options, I guess, are lining up with the future development strategy, the long-term plan, and the South Dunedin Futures program, so that the community gets to have an input into some of those infrastructure outcomes.
And so if I could ask the question a different way, of the money that is proposed in this budget, how much of it will have a direct impact on South D?
In the range of $1 to $2 million.
Okay, thank you. Now, at this point, we have no further questions, so I suggest we adjourn for lunch and come back for the debate. So, seconded Councillor Fiso. All those in favour say aye. And
Sorry, Mr Mayor, before you adjourn, I know you've just taken the vote, it would be useful to have an indication if anyone is proposing to move any one of the options so that we can work with the mover on a resolution.
yes, Councillor Melly for one.
I'd like to move option 2.
So,
Mr Mayor, I think you need to re-adjourn. I think because you're adjourned.
yes,
So
okay.
I
so-
wasn't actually moving it. I thought you were
course.
just saying indicators of those who would move it. But
Okay, that's fine.
I'd be happy
Yeah.
to move it upon arrival back after lunch.
Yeah, but it may be modified slightly, during the course of lunch. That was one of the
With
reasons
modifications,
for
yeah.
stopping at this break, at this point. Yeah. 1:15 I was thinking, but it's 35 minutes, or not.
It's at 1:30.
Yes. Okay. Look, we'll need a little bit of extra time, so we'll go to 1:30. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. There we go. and behind or in front of us, on the screen in front of us. My expectation is that Councillor O'Malley wants to put this motion. Do we have a seconder to the motion? Councillor Walker. Okay. All set. Would you like to speak to it, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Obviously, this is for the full accelerated Three Waters spend, and I would acknowledge that potentially it could have helped a little bit more with a bit more of this coming to the Infrastructure Services Committee ahead of time, so we knew where we were on the spend. But I'm confident that staff's ability to deliver is there, and that it is being delivered in a cost-effective manner. So, as I asked in question time, this is extra spending due to extra delivery, as opposed to cost overruns. So this is about delivering more, and it's, in my opinion, it's an extension of the tactical position we took at the start of Three Waters reform, that we would have our systems in the best condition possible at the time of reforms coming to effect, for either one of two reasons. One is that once you've got them in that condition, you can argue that the need for asset removal is minimal or may even not be there at all. And even if you lose that argument and the Three Waters continues as it is right now, handing the assets over to the new entity in their best possible form is clearly the best thing we can do in terms of the ratepayer, because regardless of how Three Waters plays out, the cost of Three Waters delivery to the house is always sitting with the house, with the address. So it's either coming through to that address now in the form of a rate bill, and the water bill, the component of that is just on the $1,100 mark, or it will be coming to the house as a water bill and coming off your rates. But one way or the other, as a household, you'll be paying for this. The Morrison Low projections for Otago entity put the water bill, if it goes to a new entity, in 2031 at $2,000. Under the Entity J, the calculations are for 2054, which is, again, confusing with the whole Three Waters thing, because they keep changing what the year would be, and that's 4,400 is what they're predicting would be in 2054. I think that's in line with it being around the 2,000 mark. So the thing we have to acknowledge straight up is that our water bill is low, quite low compared to the rest of the province. So in 2021, I believe, obviously was 2021, Morrison Low did a report of all of the territorial authorities in Otago and Southland, and our bill at that point was $1,050. In Queenstown, it was $1,900. In Clutha, it was $1,700, and those ones are going to go to Queenstown's probably going to say, but Clutha is predicted to go to 2,500 when ours would go to 2,200. So I'm flagging, along with this motion, that regardless of what happens, regardless of Three Waters reform or whether it stays inside the council, the water bill in Dunedin is going to have to rise to around about $1,800 from the $1,100 it is now. And that is, evidence for that shows up in the unbalanced budget that we're delivering this year, which is not financing that extra $35 million out of the rates. But if we are to maintain the asset, we will have to finance them out of the rates, and it will go to that number. But that number is the same number you're going to get if Entity J forms and it goes over as a bill. So do remember that. Should we go and spend at this rate, or renew at this rate, or renew at the lower rate, or go back to what we were doing beforehand? Anything that's a postponement now is quite literally postponing the work for another date. This is not, it came out in the questions and answers, this is not work that's being done to gold plate the system or anything like that. It's bringing it up to standard. And so while we have the capacity to deliver, I think we should deliver. The The only risk that we really faced in that regard is that if Three Waters goes as it's planning and with the transfer of assets comes the transfer of debt, we need to have assurance that the debt will transfer as well. So that is sitting now as a caveat in the motion. So it's subject to DIA approving that the debt will transfer over. And I think that's also a very important thing, because that will mean that we have to have a significant conversation with DIA about that debt transfer, and how do councils who are performing at a high level of performance, which we are now, how do we get rewarded for that? We shouldn't end up being punished. And I think the DIA will come to the table on that. So, but it is important to have that caveat in there, because if they don't, then we would not want to take that risk at that point. There's really not much else to say on this, really. I think that I want to commend the Three Waters team for the way that they have taken up the ability to increase their capital spends. And again, it's not increasing the capital spend per se, it's increasing the capital delivery program. That goes all the way back to the PMO being formed in the infrastructure department and the long-term contracts that were given out to providers, allowing us to develop capacity in the industry. We will still need that capacity in the industry again. The households will need it, whether the water is in the council or in the entity. We will still need the capacity of the industry to deliver. So we need to keep it in a healthy state as well as we go through with this. So pulling back on spending at this point, I think, would be a relatively retrograde step, to be honest. So I encourage everybody to vote yes for this, and am warning or raising it now that this time next year, when we go into the long-term plan, we will either be handing these assets away, or we were going to have to establish that we are funding them properly, which will mean that the water bill for our rates will go up. However, regardless of whether it's in our rates or whether it's in Entity J's water bill, it's going up anyway, and I think we need to acknowledge that day of reckoning is upon us. We will face it next year. This is about making sure our capital works program is aligned to meeting those objectives. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wiley.
Thank you, Councillor Malley, for putting it through quite clearly and visually, in the sense of really describing what will take place. And I think, for me, it really is in the key words here. It's about capital budget. Any time you don't invest into capital budget or capital works, you're not investing in the city. And I think that's the important part for me. It is about investing in our city, and those benefits are for all our residents. I am really worried about Three Waters and how that's going to look, and I'm worried about DIA or some other group having a say in what work gets done by which people and when it happens. We can go into a queue and we can watch and see how we can benefit from it. And I think of Provincial Growth Fund and all those sorts of wonderful things we've seen in the past. And all of a sudden we've been sent to the bottom of the list because they think we're okay. I don't want to know that we're okay. I want to know that our city is actually safe. It's protected. It's got the right infrastructure for its needs. We can develop and we can grow, and we can hold capacity. This, to me, is a really clear sign of good governance. Yes, there's potential in pushing up debt. Yes, there's going to be a cost. But as Councillor O'Malley's articulated very well, where the people pay for this through their rates and rates alone, or future water bills, there is always going to be a cost. The other part about it, if we delay the work, and we've seen it in many of our reports, the costs just go up. You end up paying more. But more importantly, it's about the work stream. We've got people in our city, professionals, leaders in this industry, doing the work at present. Give them a forward work plan that they have confidence in, and they can actually have a pathway in delivering on that work is very, very vital. Because again, as we know, Three Waters rolls around no matter which party's in government. There is going to be a big push trying to find key individuals, companies, people, workforce, whatever the case is. if we've got those people right here already digging and doing the work for us, there's less chance they'll run away and go and chase some other job somewhere else. Let's get on and let's focus on delivering for our city and our residents, and this is a part to do it. It is essential work, it's vital work. And yes, it's going to cost. That's not a reason not to basically worry about the cost and where that goes, because at the end of the day, everybody's going to pay for it. We're not going to hide from that fact. This, to me, ticks all the boxes that we need to do in making sure that we deliver a strong Three Waters infrastructure for our city today, tomorrow, and 30 years in the future.
Councillor Venevis.
Since the broken promise of the Labor government to allow councils to opt in or opt out of Three Waters, I voted against adding to our already significant Three Waters budget. Dunedin already has a bigger, better Three Waters set of systems than other Otago Southland councils. And cost comparisons to tiny councils like Queenstown and Balclutha are nonsensical in my view. One of the reasons for living in a bigger city is that you can have far cheaper water, for instance, because of the scale of the operation that you're running. This is a benefit that Dunedin has, and has to a greater degree than any other Otago Southland council. This has been confirmed in the Morrison Lowe report, which says that Dunedin would benefit least from any benefits from the Three Waters system. What is proposed, as I understand it, when Councillor O'Malley says that our current $1,100 bill is going to go to $1,800 for Three Waters, is that that increase is going to end up subsidising all the other small councils around Otago and Southland that haven't had the long investment that Dunedin has over 150 years, or the successful investment that we have had in water supply systems, which are the envy of all other councils in Otago and Southland. The fundamental idea that Councillor O'Malley proposes, that we need to present the Three Waters systems in the best possible form, sounds to me like some kind of unattainable ideology. He talks about bringing it up to standard. Is he talking about the standard we already have? Obviously not. Is he talking about the standards that are threatened under Three Waters? Probably. But we are here not to please the current government's proposals for making the big cities pay for smaller cities' lack of investment in their water systems. We are here to get the best value for our citizens and to provide a Three Waters system that they are happy with. And I believe that Dunedin is rightfully generally happy with the Three Waters systems that we currently have. There has been no cost-benefit report to show what this initial overspend was in 22-23, to be clear. There is no cost-benefit other than the claim of greater resilience, which, let's face it, can always be greater. You can gold plate the pipes if you want. There is no cost benefit to justify this motion here other than the claim of greater resilience. I agree. The more money you spend on your water system, the greater resilience will be, supposing that you spend it in the right way. But you've got to balance the resilience of your water system with your financial resilience as a city. And the financial resilience of this city currently, in my view, is the biggest threat that we face. Local government funding agency have recognised the need for us to keep debt at a acceptable level in terms of its interest costs as a percentage of rates. We are right at the hard end of our upper spending limits. This simply pushes us again into that hard upper end for what appears to me to be an attempt to either go along with the government confiscation of our three water systems or some kind of ideology that there is endless amounts of money to spend on creating ever greater resilience, and never mind the debt, we can worry about that later. I worry about the debt. I worry about this council. And I worry that I've gone over my 5 minutes, and thank you for indulging me. Cheers.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Yes, previous speakers have compared our costs to Queenstown and areas like Balclutha and others. Now, when I was a reporter, I worked in Queenstown, and that was a long time ago, and there were issues then around Queenstown has had an ongoing issue with its infrastructure because even though it's got a smaller rate base, it has as we know, millions of people come into it all the time as tourists because it's an international tourist destination. So the demands on Queenstown's infrastructure are way different to ours as a domestic city. We have some visitors, obviously, internationally, but nothing like the demand that Queenstown has. And Queenstown has, all the hotels, its infrastructure is pushed to the limit. And, they have, as I said, for years and years had a major problem. So I don't think it's fair or reasonable to compare our dollar value to somewhere like Queenstown. With regards to Balclutha, without going into too much detail and upsetting the mayor there, but on the rankings, Balclutha came down as one of the bottom councils for infrastructure as far as where they're at with their systems. And so, they need a lot of work done there. So, to compare us with that, I think is a bit unfair as well, given Balclutha is very small and also needs huge amounts of work. What I would say is 6 years ago, I remember campaigning, or four or 5 years ago now it would be, around us needing desperately to spend more on infrastructure. And we have. And in actual fact, on numerous times now, we've been told that we're ahead of things. We're ahead of of our work plan, which I absolutely congratulate our staff and everyone for that, because I think it's great. And when you look at the charts, when you compare us to all the other councils, we're actually doing well. It would be good to always do better, there's no doubt about that. However, there are so many uncertainties at the moment. I would like to know, before committing to any of this cost, is that what will happen with the election in October? Because if another government comes in, that completely changes everything. And I think there's too many uncertainties, in my opinion, to vote for this. I also, what have I got here? I won't be voting for this. And the reason for that is, as I explained, I don't think our ratepayers deserve to pay a whole lot more. I think we're already up to speed. Only recently we voted, and I supported that, to put some extra money into infrastructure. My concern is as well, if the new entity does go ahead and we're in entity J, we will then get an increase because we'll be in with, as they've all mentioned, somewhere like Queenstown that has the millions of people coming in to take on that pressure, and somewhere like Balclutha that is one of the worst in the country. So, you know, there's no doubt about it. We're going to have an increased cost then. And also, who's to say that if we put this in the budget now and say there's a change and it's agreed to entity J, who's to say that that new entity will spend our funds on the things that we want it to? Because as I understand it, it'll all be then in the mix and shared around the other areas. So we can put it in our budget and hope that that happens, but there's no guarantees. There are so many things that aren't answered. I cannot support this.
Deputy Mayor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Our citizens have told us that they are not happy with our water. They've been telling us for many years that they're not happy. In our last ROS survey, only 54% were satisfied with the water and 17% were totally dissatisfied. This is one of the number one issues. There are many number one issues, but this is a key issue that needs to be dealt with, and we are in a position to deal with it now. Most of the comments asked us to upgrade and or maintain our stormwater and drainage systems. So we have those promises that we need to deliver to our community. So at the moment we've got access to the market capacity now. With the reforms that may change, there is a risk that the capacity will move from Dunedin. And a couple of weeks ago I had a meeting with a business that works in this area, and they were very concerned about the pipeline of work. And once they leave, they're kind of gone. Really hard to get that capacity back. We also want to invest because it reduces the risk of the network failure and service interruptions. This means a fit-for-purpose Three Waters built with a future-proof resilience to the weather, to civil defence and hits of costs if disaster strikes. And we look at what happens in the North Island and we don't want to be like that. It controls some of the biggest risks. We are in a terrible period of uncertainty and that will continue for a number of months. But one of the biggest risks is that under another entity, we will have very limited input and ability to get work done because we will be joining up with other councils who've not done that work. So we won't be top of the list. Therefore, we need to make sure that we get our work done while we control it. They'll be focusing on those smaller councils with failing infrastructure, and I think we all know who they are, and we'll struggle to get that work prioritised. So we need to ensure that we're ready to go. In these times that we're in with messy reforms and uncertainty, we need to build our own clear path while we're still in control of it, and we need to invest in our water, which our residents have told us that they are not satisfied with and that we do need to do more work on. So I will be supporting this motion.
Councillor Lucas.
Thank you. When this council adopted the last 10-year plan, I understand you did that. I wasn't around this table. You did that so that we had a financially sustainable debt level and interest servicing cost. I'm concerned that if we are already on an accelerated program with Three Waters under the original option 1, which over the 3-year period was $91 million over and above what was originally proposed in this 10-year plan. And with adding another $35 million, that takes us up to $125 million. So we have already committed to an accelerated program. I hear the arguments about having a strong and resilient water system, and I don't disagree with that. But what I'm concerned about is the debt for our city and for our residents and our ratepayers of our city. And our other projects, we heard this morning the potential issues we're going to have with Kettle Park, for example. We're going to have other debt coming our way. And unfortunately, none of us have a crystal ball to know what's happening come the election later on this year. And if we had some certainty that Three Waters would go ahead, I would be supportive of this. But there is a risk that Three Waters may not go ahead and we have then the additional $35 million debt. We've heard from Mr Logie this morning about the issues in terms of what that does to our ratios and our ability to borrow going forward. Yes, the holding company is looking to see whether they can be exempt from that, but we don't know that, and I am concerned that where this puts us going forward. We all know that regardless of what happens, the cost for water will have to go up next year, but if it doesn't proceed, if Three Waters doesn't proceed, if we're putting the interest cost onto the capital, then it's more on our rates again. And I just think that we just need to be mindful of how everybody is, the cost of living is going up, and it's going to impact even more next year. And I just think now's not the time to be adding more debt to our program.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the mover, and actually for his succinct overview of the overall situation. And he also asked a question during question time around whether or not the accelerated programme would be used. I think his words were, will it be well spent in renewals? And I think actually, listening to all the questions and answers, I think yes is the answer to that. And he's also correct that we're not asking here for something gold-plated. This is absolutely necessary for this city in terms of creating a resilient Otapoti with resilient Three Waters infrastructure for the health and good of everybody in this city. And it is also about the ability to deliver and the timing of work. And Councillor Lucas actually asked a pertinent question earlier about what would be the potential ramifications of deferring that work. And I agree with the CEOs or whoever answered that that does provide a risk in terms of a relatively thin workforce at the moment. And I think those points were raised by Councillor Barker. I think that's a real risk. I mean, I've had many debates around this table around infrastructure, and I've always said it's probably the most politically unsexy thing we can do and invest in. But it's also not that sexy when sewage starts reappearing on your main street. That's a real problem, and I don't think we should ever put that situation as a possibility. I think that would be remiss of us as governors. And this acceleration to me also fulfills. Oh, for God.
I think it's misrepresentation because we're not at voting. It makes it sound like voting for this is going to mean we have sewage in the streets. That is not the case. We're in a good position.
Sorry, I won't uphold that. The councillor didn't make any mention of that. He just talked about we're not wanting to be like that, and other cities in this country are in that position currently. So I won't uphold that.
Thank you. And also I was about to say this also for me as well, again, having been here for a wee while, fulfills the goals and desires of many of us currently, but also many past councillors around the need to increase our historically low spend in infrastructure. And I do find it quite fascinating that I flicked through while we were talking a few ODT articles from years gone by, and there's one on 8th of February 2019, and the title is Vandevus and the DCC Spa on stormwater spend. And the crux of that is the councillor arguing we have a massive underspend in our stormwater infrastructure, so quite a change in 3 years. And finally, you've got to remember, like most decisions we make, it's often a trade-off, and that yes, there is a risk that if the government changes, Three Waters may not progress in the way it has been indicated. But I guess what's often missed out of any conversations around this, wherever the debt accrues to, is if we do progress this, ultimately we are getting in our city 21st century top draw infrastructure, and I think we should applaud that.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mayor Raddick. The mover was correct when he characterised this work as extra delivery. And I thank the mover and the seconder for putting this up. It continues the proactive approach that was that of the previous council. It continues that through to the Three Waters going across to Entity J in that transition period. And we know that the market has the capacity to deliver it. I'm reassured that this debt is a temporary matter once the transfer goes over to the new entity. It's for a period. And so that is different to if we were deciding on debt for the long term. The point that I made when I was asking questions was, what is the cost going to be if we don't do this? So we know we're going to have this cost one way or the other. And there was some talk about cost benefits. I am convinced that it's going to cost us a hell of a lot more if we leave this, if we delay on this. And that could come through two different methods. It may be because of the continuing increases in costs to do this work, or it may be that we end up in an emergency situation. And we've seen that in other cities. We've seen what Councillor Walker described around the sewage in the street and some other places. We've seen the water fountain in the middle of Wellington. I think that was in the previous year. And we've certainly seen all the photographs from Cyclone Gabrielle and the impact on infrastructure. And I bet they wish they'd spent more on making their infrastructure resilient, which is what they need to do now at great cost. So when I asked Mr. Drew that question, what would be the impact in an emergency situation, he made the comment that the costs would be, and I quote, significantly higher. We know that residents have told us over many years that they want us to improve the infrastructure in this city. Many of you campaigned on that. That's a fact. And so I believe this motion today addresses this. We need to prioritise this because we don't know if Entity J will prioritise it. So I would urge you to vote in support of the motion.
Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with other councillors with the view it would be great to have a crystal ball. I came in today's meeting feeling a steady as we go approach with option 1 being the way to go, especially considering it is an election year and the final look of Three Waters is yet to come. I do also consider Councillor O'Malley, the Chair of Infrastructure, to be the expert opinion amongst councillors over Three Waters. I am nervous spending borrowed money with interest rates rising, which is a cost to council until the supposed debt is transferred back to the government through Entity J, once our ratepayers' asset is transferred out of our hands. I do also feel we are playing catch-up in regards to maintaining the quality of our water through years of underfunding on our infrastructure. So, Councillor O'Malley, I am going to vote with you on this item. I sincerely hope you're right. Thank you.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. Some of us around this table, among as topics that have previously been mentioned, campaigned on things as simple as get the basics right, water in, water out. Cut the lawns, I think, was another one that was mentioned by a fellow councillor. And so it comes back to basics for me. And like with many things, I can't deny where I come from. I come from a business background, so I approach many problems through a business lens. And the business I have is a bakery one, so I likened this to that. What is the basics of owning and running and operating a bakery? Ovens. If you don't have an ovens, it's not a bakery, it's, I have no idea, a mixery, I guess. And so there are times when you have to upgrade, you have to spend money on the things that keep you operating, without which you don't have a business. In this case, we don't have a functional city. It also comes down to making sure that the business is resilient. Is it particularly pleasant spending lots of money on something? No, it is absolutely not. However, sometimes the costs of not spending far outweigh, as has been pointed out, the costs now. We are representatives. We are elected representatives. We are elected by the citizens and residents of Dunedin to express their views and to stand for them. One of the main conduits that the residents have to communicate their thoughts and desires is the residents' opinion survey. And as Deputy Mayor Barker has pointed out, whilst we can debate numbers and tables and all that sort of stuff as much as we like, and we seem to, the numbers on the ROS are very clear. More than half aren't satisfied, and I think it was 17% are grossly or vastly, I can't remember the language, dissatisfied. Do we need to be financially prudent? Yes, of course we do. But this does need to be done with the security and resilience of our city, as well as the urging from Dunedin's residents, both firmly in mind. I just want to finish by echoing Councillor Weatherall's opinions that around this table, I think the brains of Councillor O'Malley, not to be questioned or quibbled with particularly much on this. He is certainly going to be right at the top of the list of experts around the table. I just also hope he's right.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So what is the big risk? We don't have that assurance that the DIA is going to transfer the debt over. But what happens if you defer maintenance? It's common in facility management. It shortens the asset's life cycle. It leads to asset failure and it causes unscheduled downtime, which can be extremely costly, as much as 600%. So why defer? It's usually because of budget limitations and lack of funding. What do I think? Well, I think Councillor O'Malley is an expert. I'm the third person to agree with that. Like Councillor Weatherall, I don't like debt. It makes me feel uncomfortable. But our grandmothers taught us a stitch in time saves 9. I want our resident opinion survey to reflect next time good governance and decision making around our infrastructure. I don't have a crystal ball and I'm not a gambler, but I'm going to support this because I want resilience for our city. Thank you.
Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to express, as others have, my thanks to the mover and seconder, and I'm going to, of course, be supporting this, primarily because, you know, there's always talk of ideology to put down the opposition or a different point of view. But for me, subsuming ideologies are values. And for me, kia whakatō muri te haere whakamua. I walk backwards into the future with my eyes fixed on the past. And another value, aroha ki te tangata. Love for the people. The people are worth it.
Councillor Eklund.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'll back everybody else and say that Councillor O'Malley seems to be the one with the brains in this. But if I can just get back to some of the numbers he was talking about before in relation to ultimately the water cost going up. It seems to me, I think, that that is mainly because of the funding of depreciation, not so much the actual upgrade work that is not being added here, it is being brought forward. So what we're seeing on the board at the moment in terms of this particular motion is not adding extra, it is bringing the spend forward from what was in the last LTP. The reason for it, there's reasons for it, and they've been made very, very clear by many speakers. Obviously, it's a case of now's the time to do it because the availability in terms of resource and so on is there. And again, we get back to the fact that if we don't do it now, we have to do it later. If we do it later, it costs more. So to me, this is a no-brainer. I'll be supporting the motion. Thank you.
I have a comment before I hand it back to Councillor O'Malley, and I take issue with what Councillor O'Malley said, that we are the worst affected place in the two provinces. In fact, Invercargill currently only pays $800 per resident, per household, versus our about $1,100. But we will all be going to the Morrison Low projected cost at 2031 of about $2,000. What that means for us is an $800 increase, but that's over 8 years. So that's $100 a year if you spread it out over that whole 8 years, which is not so bad. I'm also uncomfortable with taking on so much extra debt. However, we have the proviso in the second part of this, second of the three parts of this motion, that it's subject to that debt being transferred and approved by the DIA. So we can revisit if we want to, and who knows what other things may have changed by the time we come to that long-term plan discussion. So I am comfortable to support this, and I think it is really important because we're moving to the collectivisation of water. So throughout Otago and Southland, everyone's going to end up paying an even amount for water. What that will mean is that the two larger cities, namely ourselves and Invercargill, will end up paying more, and largely that will be redistributed through those small centres that simply haven't been able to afford or haven't put the money into their infrastructure because they cover a great area and there's such a small population. But that will give everyone in Otago and Southland still good control of the infrastructure systems for Three Waters and good emergency responsiveness to any issues with their Three Waters systems. And I think that's very important. That's part of the localisation of the Three Waters reforms from 4 entities out to 10 entities so that those on the ground in the areas have more ability to deal with issues and to be in touch with all of the people within that area, and for the various authorities in that area to be able to communicate well with each other. So I think that is a good thing, and it is also equally important that we get our own house more in order before we have to start paying for everyone else's house, because as has been pointed out, you know, now is the opportunity to spend our money on ourselves and have that transferred to the entity, even though we'll be paying more for everyone else into the future. I think it's best, the better off our system is when we transfer, the better off we'll be into the future, because we've got arguably the oldest infrastructure system in Otago and Southland. Therefore, we've got the most catching up to do, and the more we can do before the transfer, the better off we'll be after the transfer. So, as I say, I can support this. And over to you, Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll just go top to bottom. Councillor Wiley is saying we're investing for all residents and delay increase the cost into the future, and I think that's a fairly basic statement. Inflation is going to be hitting everything, and even though we're paying higher rates, inflation is generally higher than the rates that we can get, so obviously investing early in many respects has a good return. And also he noted the maintenance of the workforce, and I think this is a very important thing to keep into account as we go forward with this. Councillor Van der Vis talks about the broken promises by the Labor government, and I do acknowledge that. I would say that it did not seem genuine that we were going to have to option in or out, because clearly once everybody said they wanted to opt out, we were told we were going in. So it was a disingenuous, in my opinion, interaction. However, what does it mean for us? Our water bill is actually low for us, and that's shown in the failure, in the unfunded depreciation that's coming through in this annual budget. So when I'm talking about our water bill going to $1,800, I'm really talking about funding our, as Councillor Ackland points out correctly, it's about funding our depreciation correctly. This is a reflection, though, of what you do when you fund your depreciation correctly, which is you're accelerating your renewals. Well, actually, you're not accelerating renewals once you're into steady state, but if you've fallen out and you've been underfunding for a while, then you've got to go through an accelerated phase to get yourself back into a good position. And that's really what this reflects. So we should anticipate then, true, that if you spent money up front here now, then there is money saved later down the road because you've done the renewals now rather than later. So Councillor Houlihan talks about the uncertainty of going into this based on how the election is going to go forward. I'm really putting it back down to whether that debt that generates to get the system into the right condition for the government's reforms is met by either the council or a water entity, it's still going to have the same impact on the household. So I kind of argue this uncertainty is a relatively neutral thing to think about, because it's basically still going to end up being borne by the household one way or another, whether it's in the form of debts associated with rates or debt associated with the water entity, because they are going to be able to generate debt. That's one of their big things. A number of councillors noted, and especially the mayor, that Invercargill City's bill currently is $830, and I've had lots of conversations with the Chair of Infrastructure in Invercargill of, are you sure? They are fairly convinced they're correct, but and that's actually one of the reasons they don't want to go in, because it's basically doubling the water bill of their ratepayers. That reflects the model. The model is that we're going to spread the cost of Three Waters deliveries across large and small councils. I guess my argument to that would be the better way to do that would have been through taxation and through the government bringing in and putting grants to the small councils rather than going through with this, but that's kind of not today's debate. Today's debate is whether or not, in fact, this is money well spent. And I guess what I'm saying is, regardless of how you do it, it's money that's going to have to get spent. So it's better to do it now. And it's better in any negotiating environment we go into the future for us to put our foot forward and be the best exemplar of how to deliver three water systems in the country, which I think we're becoming. I think we're actually getting right on. From the feedback I'm getting, everybody is impressed with what we've done over the last few years. And doing this may in fact be the last part of the argument that finally saves the day, because I'm a little bit disappointed hearing in the speeches what appears to be, oh well, it's all over, the entities have formed, there's no point in putting this fight up anymore. And I'm not quite willing to do that at the moment, which is the other reason I want us to spend this money, because I want us to show that it can be done and that the impact on the water bill, I want us to get to that water bill of $1,800 because I want to be able to hold the government to standards. That in fact we managed to deliver everything that you asked for in Three Waters reform, and our water bill at the end of that will be $1,800. Because if we can get there, or 19, it might go to 2,000. But if we can get there, we can then say to the government, that's the standard that you must hold yourself against going into this. So even if I lose and the reforms go through and Entity J forms, I still want us to get to this point that we've fully funded this so that we can say this is what it would have been if it had stayed with us. So partly, this is money you're going to have to spend anyway at some point. You might as well spend it now. The DIA approval is making sure we de-risk whether it transfers if it does carry on, and it sets us up in a good place to be ready for the final phase of this reform. Either we hand over good assets or we actually get to keep the assets because we've demonstrated good governance. Thank you. So please vote for this.
We'll take it by division.
Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope. Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan.
No.
Councillor Lafiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lucas.
No.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker. Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
Carried 12-3.
Thank you. Moving on to item 11, the Reserves Management Plan General Policies. Notice of intent. Mr Pickford and Mr Hobb will probably not speak to the port. We'll be prepared to answer questions. Do you have anything to say in advance?
Kia ora, Mr Mayor. Happy to take questions.
Are there any questions? Deputy Mayor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I note that it says about the Act requires the administering authority to keep reserve management plans under continuous review, and I was just wondering what the definition, because it says the MPGP has not had a comprehensive review since its adoption. Has it had a continuous review since its adoption, or none at all?
The
the management plan has been under continuous review. There have been some amendments that have been made. They've been quite small amendments, and I don't believe there's been one made in some time. Just a point on there, the comprehensive review. When we do a comprehensive review, we're required to follow the same process that we'd follow for doing a new management plan.
So I also note that there's over 300 reserves in the appendix of this document, and that we also have some reserve management plans. So what percentage of reserves are covered in the document?
Off the top of my head, I think we have around 20 individual reserve management plans. We are taking another look at our list of reserves and making sure that we have a full inventory of those. As you said, they're in the hundreds.
So I think during the consultation process, a few consultations came in, or submissions, came in about some of the areas that people might like to have management plans on. Will those be considered under this, or are they considered separately?
So the General Policies Management Plan will provide a policy framework that will apply to all reserves. In terms of whether a reserve requires a specific management plan, I believe we'd have to take a look at whether the issues in that area were specific to the location and whether those issues justified the need for a management plan in that space.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. A couple of questions, two on clarity. One is points 11 and 16b talk of providing access to reserves for special community events and things. And 11 says there is currently no framework in the RMPGP for evaluating applications for special or community events. And then points 12 and 13 talk about accessibility and those sorts of things, with 13 then saying this results in ad hoc and sometimes inconsistent management decisions being made. Are those ad hoc decisions being made what you're referring to in 11? And if not, how are decisions, how's evaluation done at the moment?
I think I wouldn't say the decisions that we're making are ad hoc with regard to point 11. We have some... we evaluate requests for special events generally in terms of the impact they're likely to have on other users, the impact they're likely to have on the environment and biodiversity, depending on the nature of the event, whether the event's likely to have a wider community benefit, those types of criteria. So I'd say we've developed a method. It'd be good if that was represented in the general policies and available to the public.
So kind of the system's there, it's just not officially written down somewhere. Okay, cool. Number 14 refers to climate change adaptability and net carbon zero measures, sustainability and other matters that are not adequately addressed. How inadequate would you consider? I mean, are they mentioned at all, or more as just sort of a passing glance?
I don't believe climate change or carbon reduction initiatives are mentioned at all in the management plan.
And my last one, and this is me becoming, with my mother's language head on, some of the language did seem to me slightly, for want of a better term, hyperbolic. There's one bit in it on page 92, which the disadvantages under option 2. And now I should preface this by saying I'm not even vaguely suggesting one way or the other about closures and non-closures, but it does say that if the council decides not to close the roads, the events would not be able to go ahead. I'm just curious that FIFA would have to be cancelled. Wrong item? Have I jumped ahead? In that case, ignore that one. Thank you for the other answers.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Hogg. I was looking at page 179, item 12, and the comment about accessibility. We've come a long way since 2005 in our approach. Can I be certain that it will be a key focus for the review?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Vandevers.
Thank you. Under next steps on page 181, it says, if approved, staff would follow the public consultation process and there would be a public notice appearing in the Otago Daily Times. I'm wondering why the Otago Daily Times, when it's paid for and not that widely distributed, why not use the Star, which is much cheaper to advertise in and which all Dunedin residents get?
I think that's something we'll look to. We'll look to our comms team for...
No, I think there are some quirky pieces of some legislation that require you to advertise in the daily newspaper that goes to the households of your residents. Unfortunately, well, sorry, I shouldn't say that. The Otago Daily Times happens to be that. So we can look at other options, but there are statutory obligations we also have to meet.
Could you forward me? I've come up with this question before, and I haven't actually seen those statutory obligations. Is it possible for you to send them to me?
Look, I had a bit of a review done of various of them, so I'm happy to forward it to you.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, just a question, I guess, just moving on from Councillor Gary's question. In many ways, it's almost like an 18-year time capsule, and the modus operandi is to contemporise things like our climate change goals, accessibility issues, working with our mana whenua partners, etc., etc.
Yes.
I've got a question. Would it be possible to include an open-ended question in the key questions, page 187? There are a range of questions with headings that you have in mind. Could we put one at the end that says any other considerations you may have? And that is to make it completely open-ended for anyone at all to put one or two or three words there, and they have the opportunity then to elaborate on that with question 3. Is there anything further you'd like to see in the revised general policies? So they could elaborate on it then. But my point being is to trigger an open-ended response for somebody that has thought of something that hasn't been previously thought of. It may or may not be constructive, but you never know.
So those topics that we've got on there are intentionally high level, and we haven't, because with this piece of work, we're going to deal with DOC, we're going to deal with the general community, so we wanted to just put some high level in, but we'll tailor the questions depending on the audience that we're taking it to, but we'll...
The answer is yes, we can add in a general comment.
It's just a simple, an open-endedness to, trigger who knows what that may, could be, very useful, maybe. Anyway, look, we are done with question. Councillor Benspoke. Okay, moved. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Walker. Right, would you like to speak to it, sir? No, no comments. Any other comments from anyone else? In which case, I shall put the motion.
Option 1.
Is there an option?
Sorry, I got ahead of myself.
Yes, I didn't think there was an option. There we go. That the council approves the statement of proposal and the high-level stage 1 engagement question topics for the reserve management plan, etc. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. And item last, number 12, is the proposed event closures for June and August 2023. Yeah, so as Mr. Drew and Ms. Benson assume the chair, we can line up with our questions. Firstly, whenever you're ready, is Councillor Gilbert.
So to complete the question I started, as I was saying, so is what it says in here is that something like FIFA would have to be stopped because we weren't able to close a couple of roads?
That's correct, yeah. Legally speaking.
Are there any further questions? No. In which case, happy to move Councillor Walker, seconded Councillor Vandevers, that Council resolves to close the roads as detailed. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. come back. All that mumbling. Okay. And on that note, nice unanimous note, I call the meeting to an end. Thank you very much.